You made it. It's a Friday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
36 degrees right now. Going to get back into the 50s again today.
Nice.
And enjoy it because tomorrow it's all gone.
Yeah, tanks.
High of 26, low of 15 tomorrow. But, I mean.
But then Sunday it bounces right back.
Yeah, 43.
Yeah. Well, better than
Bounces
8.
Right back. Everything. Nobody said 8.
It's 8 in there.
Nobody.
There's an 8 in there.
Dude was trying. So, I mean, you can get worse things than a semi-sunny Friday 50-degree day.
Oh, no. Today's good.
In the middle of February.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's talk about expectations in a relationship. How about that?
Okay.
Because yesterday it was revealed off the air that it was Kimmy's husband's birthday.
Yeah.
So first off, Kimmy, you work with a microphone.
Yeah.
And not at any point during the show did you say happy birthday to your husband.
What was I going to do? Oh, guys, stop the show. It's my husband's birthday. You would have crushed me for that.
We did an entire break about your husband grilling out the night before. And not once while we were discussing your husband, what he owns, his hopes, his dreams, did you mention.
Did you guys care that it was his birthday?
I do care.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
So that's bad enough, right? That you as
I don't know if he wants me to announce that it's his birthday, but now everybody knows.
What is he going to... Oh, no, not my birthday. Don't tell people
I don't
it's
think
my
he
birthday.
cares.
Okay, fine. Maybe he doesn't care because...
It's not even up yet.
Maybe he doesn't care because you don't care. Have you ever thought of that?
Oh.
I care. What?
Well, that brings us to our second thing, Tommy.
What's that?
Well, see, I think Kimmy's husband and I are the only ones who still use Snapchat for some reason.
Okay.
Because I was on Snapchat last night, and I saw the present you got for your husband for his birthday.
You did?
Yeah. Chicken wings.
I got him chicken wings and sneakers.
Happy
Oh, I didn't-
birthday. Here's your chicken wing, Mr. Fireman.
I got my husband chicken wings and sneakers because he's 16.
Okay, what's wrong with that?
That's what he wanted, so I got what he wanted.
Okay, let's break that down. First of all, what kind of sneakers, Kimmy?
They're Nike high tops. They have
wait,
like a specific
wait.
name, but I don't know what they're
The
called.
Blazers? Did you get him Blazers?
They were ones that he wanted.
All right,
I
so
don't know.
First
So
of
sneakers and wings.
Sneakers and wings.
Sneakers and wings.
First of all, I think your husband's legs are too thick for high tops, but
He
that's a discussion
he
for
has
another day.
other high tops.
Okay.
So
He's
are
a
high
big
tops coming
guy.
back?
They've been around.
Did you just judge my husband's physique?
I did. Look, he's shirtless.
Legs too short for
He's
high
shirtless over my husband or over my shoulder, Kimmy. I don't think.
So what's wrong with his legs? They're too thick?
No, okay. That was a just side comment. And you asked if sneakers are back. There were former presidents selling sneakers, so yes,
I
sneakers
saw
are
the
back.
Trump. I saw the golden Trump high top.
Why? Do you wish you could have gotten your husband something else for his birthday?
No, I just thought it was funny what he wanted. Because he even said, I've always wanted these since I was a kid. They look, I guess, like something that he never got.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
I live in that same
It's just
world.
kinda
But that's the
funny.
kind of gift you give each other when you're like 65. I got you those shoes with the insert, and I got you the wings that aren't too hot.
I don't really know what else my husband would want.
All right.
That's a problem.
No,
I
I
want-
mean, like, I'm getting him things that he...
right.
I'm not, like, getting him something that I think he wants or could use. I'm getting him directly what he asked for.
But do you ever get him things that he wouldn't buy for himself? 'Cause that's
Yeah.
the best gift.
Yeah.
Yes, agreed.
Right.
But-
You guys complain when your wives do that.
No, but here's the
No,
thing.
we never complain about it always. Shut up.
Just give me what I want.
No,
it doesn't
this-
have to be
no,
a surprise.
That's not what we said. The sentence you just uttered is the problem in every relationship when it comes to gift giving, whether it's Christmas, whether it's
I
birthdays.
am a good gift giver.
Wings and sneakers.
Yeah.
Sneakers and wings.
I've got you guys.
Sneakers and
Tommy's
wings.
using a gift of that. I got him right now.
Yeah, this gift I love.
No, it is true. It is. Okay, you are a good gift giver.
Thank
I
you.
take that back. That being said, we complain all the time when it comes to birthdays and anniversaries and Christmas and things like that men never get what they want.
Yeah.
And the idea, I guess, women get is, well, then I'm just going to directly ask him what he wants. I'm going to go buy that for him. But that's not fun.
No.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because, like, if I went to my wife
Yeah.
and I said, what do you want for Christmas? And she told me, and I got her exactly what she wanted, that would bother her. Because she's not surprised.
Okay.
She wants to be surprised. And women are allowed to say, well, I wanted to be surprised. Whereas men are not. And the fact that, Kimmy, you uttered the sentence, I don't know what else my husband would want, is alarming for all men.
I've gotten him. I want to get him what he wants. So, like, usually if, like, for Christmas or whatever, like, I will get him something that I know that he's talked about, buying. And then I'll do like a surprise gift. So at least he has something that he wants. and then I'll take a risk on something else.
Okay, but this one you just went direct. Because he would have bought himself the sneakers had you not bought the sneakers, right?
I don't know. These are they're sneakers that he's wanted for a while and he hasn't bought himself.
Okay.
So I don't know. Maybe.
It seems that every gift a man gets.
Yeah.
And if you're with me, tell me. If I'm wrong, let me know.
All right.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. It's either something he said, I want this now, and she gets it for you. Or it's something that she thinks would make you better. But it's never a surprise that you wanted.
Oh, like this will improve you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or I like this on you.
Yes.
Or this makes you smell better, even though it sucks. Like my wife was on this kick of getting me these colognes that smell terrible.
Yeah.
That I never wear. And she'd be like, why don't you wear the thing? Because it smells like a dead body. That's why I don't wear it. But like,
But wouldn't you want to wear it if she likes the smell? Is the smell more for you or her? Or other women, I
look,
guess.
I'm with you. I'm with you. Like if she likes it, that's fine. We just have a very different idea of what smells good. And like smelling it on me during the day bothers me.
Okay.
And you guys, you should be thanking me for taking the stance that I have on this cologne.
Okay.
Like, when's the last time you got something from your wife that was a surprise where you were like, oh my God?
Careful
We don't-
what you say.
We don't. So the last time was years ago, because now we just tell each other what we want.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
But
that's
doesn't
what
that
shows up.
bother her though?
No,
Like,
she
I thought
loves it.
She wanted to get you like a surprise.
Uh,
No.
it hasn't happened in a while. Like Christmas, we know it's in the packages. Matter of fact, she wraps her own stuff.
That's insane.
But she tells me what she wants, and it's great. But bro, we're at that age where, that shine is gone.
Don't say that.
Oh no, gifts, yes. And I'm
shine-
65,
I mean,
64
I've heard
years
of-
Come
old.
on, baby, the shine's gone.
But it does.
Shine off, you unattractive diamond.
Like her whole focus now is the grandbaby.
Okay,
Yeah.
I get
Like
that.
it's completely
Yeah.
irrelevant what I want.
But that's a
I
problem.
think like the least you could do is wrap her gift.
No, you don't want that, man.
Well,
I can't
she's
wrap.
wrapping her own gift.
You can rap.
I
Every guy
can't-
can
I can't.
rap.
Even if you just put it in a
Wanna-
gift bag or something.
No, she does. She's got a whole wrapping station in the basement. It's a miracle. I just put it down there and it comes back up wrapped, and I don't know. And I don't know if there's elves down there. What's going on? I'm fine with it. Like everything we know, but it's so much easier now because I know what she wants.
Okay, that's not fun.
And I pulled a few moves in my day.
No, but that's what I mean. You pull the moves, right?
I'm out of moves, bro.
No.
Moves are done.
I know, based on things you've said, you've done some surprise things
Yeah,
for her
yeah, yeah,
recently.
yeah.
Has she done any surprise things for you?
Yeah, she has.
Oh,
But
I
those,
would be
but those
afraid
are
to
smaller.
do surprise things for you.
What's that?
I would be afraid to do surprise things for you.
Well, the fact that he wakes up and he hasn't been thrown out is a surprise every day.
Why would you do a surprise for me?
Well, like if I was your wife, like I wouldn't know what to
would
surprise
be
you with
weird.
that you wouldn't hate.
You do hate everything.
Yeah.
No, but but I'm very regimented. Like
That's what I mean. Like it would be hard to find something that's out of the ordinary to get you.
Yeah, probably.
Because, like, if you don't understand something, you hate it. If it's none of your world, you hate it.
Yeah.
If you see someone you
But
don't,
that's normal.
If you see someone you don't like having something, even if you want it, you hate it.
Yeah, that's normal.
No, Kimmy's right. Like, there's nothing your wife could get you as a surprise where you wouldn't hate it immediately.
And like you wouldn't even be able to hide it either.
Well, she
Like,
does
you
this thing.
can't you can't fake joy.
So she does this thing. She got on this kick of funny Christmas socks for everybody.
Okay.
So,
You're a big sock guy.
but I'm not a funny sock guy.
Did you hear what just fell out of your mouth? I'm not a funny sock
You know I
guy.
don't wear novelty funny socks.
Bro, I
You
thought
might
you were
as
going to
well.
curse. I think when you hit that F, I like you were so mad about the socks. Bro,
But so I got like a drawer full of these, and she'll go, I got you some more of those socks, and I've never put on a pair of them, and I must have 10 pair now through our relationship that just sit there.
okay, but most of your boots are so high that we wouldn't even see your sock. What's the problem?
I know I got a Santa sock on, and I ain't doing it.
252 WCMF. Kimmy's husband's birthday yesterday. First off, she doesn't mention anything on the air about her husband's birthday. Second,
But she does a lot of non-chick moves.
you think that's a non-chick move? Not mentioning her husband's
Oh
birthday?
yeah, because girls, they will just spew every emotion that they're feeling.
Did you do the post on Instagram or Twitter or
I
Facebook?
usually do, but I didn't this year.
Oh my God, Kimmy, you've only been married for like 3 years.
I know.
They're done. That's it.
I just
I get
didn't.
it.
I feel like he doesn't really like it when I do it, so I don't do it.
Why do you say? Are you saying that because you just didn't want to
No,
do it?
because you know how like he'll see somebody point out somebody else doing it as like a hint. Like he'll point out somebody else that did it for their significant other, and I'm like, okay, well, I could take a hint.
Look, nobody wants to do it, but you have to do it on anniversaries and birthdays and things like that. You have to do it. It's part of being in a relationship.
I guess.
No?
I
know
don't.
you don't. Well, yeah, because you don't know how to use it.
I'm also
Today you
old.
thought because you followed
at-
someone on Instagram that they followed you back and you were best friends. Guys, I wish you could have been in this room to watch what went down.
Well, yeah, we were so confused we didn't even know what to say.
Because we followed another show that used to be on in this.
Yeah.
Because I
Yeah.
used to listen to the show religiously.
Yeah, you
'cause-
love these guys.
Well, no, I love them for all the reasons you should. The show was terrible, but what am I saying wrong?
Nothing.
What am I saying wrong? So I go, I'm going to follow them on Instagram because I want to keep up with what they're doing now.
Mm-hmm.
And I followed them and I said, I wonder if they're going to follow us back because they obviously, having worked in the same town, know who we are.
Right.
They would have to. We're in the same
Yeah.
business. So you followed them back too. And I was waiting all day to see if they were going to follow
And you
us
said
back.
they never followed you back.
No, and I thought that meant they hated us. So I came in this morning and I told you guys they hate us. And Tommy goes, no. They followed us back.
Yeah.
And
Because I saw him update something in his life, and I hadn't seen that before.
Yeah, and it turns out that you just clicked the follow button, and that's why you could see that, you idiot.
I thought they had to like you back.
No, did you not? Have you been
Like
using
you back?
Instagram the whole time and you didn't understand how it worked?
That's a possibility.
Did you-
Well, how you
Maybe
gotta
we
know how
did get a
stuff
follow
works.
back.
Just
you.
In the 10 years you've been using it, how did you not figure that out? What else do you not
I don't
know?
get into the nuts and bolts of things.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Like, it's making me wonder what else you're doing on social media that you don't know is a faux pas.
Probably all of it.
Okay. Now, we got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Rick. Rick, leave Kimmy alone. Ooh, Rick's got a crush on
Of course.
Kimmy. She got her husband what he wanted, and he got a delicious meal. That's what every man wants from his wife. I don't need a surprise. Surprises suck. Okay. Did you have wings too with him?
Yeah, I had a few. We got wings and pizza, so
Okay. All right. Happy
I usually
birthday.
leave the wings to him.
Happy birthday. It's a 10-year-old's birthday party.
your pizza, Mr. Fireman.
Did he get cake?
He's not a cake person. We got ice cream.
Oh, okay. I can handle that. All right, so you took care of him. Minus the gift.
So you had ice cream wings.
Yep. Cake,
Cake
and
and
Snickers,
he's
no.
13.
What time was the Chuck E. Cheese band?
I would eat Chuck E. Cheese pizza.
Samesies. We got a dynamite. We'd all eat Chuck E. Cheese pizza. Kind of break them for you this morning here on CMF. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, I think we kind of already started out.
Well, with that voice you did.
Mr. Fireman.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's a creep cap coming at you. And all right, I'm only sharing this. We got to be careful. We got to be careful.
Let's
with
be
this.
cool.
One, because this man wants to know if he's in the wrong.
All right.
And two, because I think this is a conversation that happens behind closed doors with a ton of couples that people are afraid to talk about out loud.
All right.
Because a man I know,
Mm-hmm.
his wife is looking to change her body in a cosmetic way,
I got you.
in the chest area.
Oh, yeah.
And he doesn't want her to do this. Now, she has her reasons, and we'll go through all this. And the reasons are reasons every woman wants to do
she wants to
something
feel
like
good
this.
about it.
Yes, exactly. But
Lupus Maximus.
he says he loves her body the way that it is.
Okay.
He says that she has no reason to feel insecure.
But she does.
He's afraid to say don't do it because he doesn't want his wife to resent him down the road. However, there is a sentence that he says that is going to sound terrible
Okay.
when I say it out loud. He says he's upset that she's thinking about going through with this without asking him because he sees her body as his.
Oh.
I know it sounds terrible.
Oh.
It sounds really, really bad.
Oh.
But the way he follows
Why
it
don't
up.
you just go down to the graveyard and spit on my grandmother's chest?
Oh!
Oh.
But the way he follows
Okay.
it up,
All right.
I think that most men and even women will go, "Oh,
All right.
I get what he's saying." But
I'm
we'll
gonna
find
keep.
out.
I'm gonna keep an open mind with my O.
We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, let's say you don't have someone in your life.
Okay.
You want to meet someone.
You're a lonely guy.
Now, we've talked at length about how hard it is to meet people online,
Mm-hmm.
how hard it is to meet people going out to bars, how folks in Rochester keep going through the same retreads over and over. So sometimes you got to get out of your comfort zone.
Okay.
So
Try
wait-
something new.
Exactly.
But
And,
men have a hard time doing that.
well, this thing that Monroe County is offering.
Wait, the county's getting
It's
involved?
not a dating thing per se, but you're going to meet a ton of people.
All right.
And you're doing a good thing while you're doing it. And you could trick some women into believing that you are,
A good guy.
you got it.
All right, I like
You're
it.
not being forced.
We'll get into it. Next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. You can help out, and you can maybe make your life a little better, too.
That sounds great.
Well, because we've talked on the show about once you hit a certain age, meeting people romantically is very, very
It's very hard for men.
Like anybody, and women, look, we talk about men. It's hard for women, too.
Give me a goddamn break.
There's the
free
old
drinks, and you can go out any night.
Yeah, but you got to deal with guys like you.
Paint your face and put a smile on.
Yeah, why would they not want to go out and meet guys? No, but you can try the online dating thing, but people struggle with that.
Yeah.
Going out to meet people after you've been out of the game for a little while can be hard. And where do you go? And you're
What's
at the,
left?
You're at the mercy. Well, something like this would open you up to a whole new world of people maybe you've never interacted with.
And maybe see a different side of somebody.
But there is a drawback.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. There's a man who's in some serious trouble because the beat got a hold of him when he was driving his car.
The beat?
The beat.
What do you mean?
Sometimes you just can't stop the music. It's easy to tell me. We'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Monroe County is looking for folks to help clean up their parks.
Oh, let's sweep it up.
You got it. Saturday, April 20th, the county are going to hit 22 parks, rain or shine, from 9 a.m. to noon. And the goal here is to spruce them up, get them ready for the spring and summer.
Okay.
They're looking for volunteers for a range of jobs, including raking leaves, cleaning debris, sweeping shelters, weeding, carrying out trash.
The standards.
If you're interested, there is a
Who
website.
isn't?
You can go and sign up. To your point, it is amazing they get anyone to do this these
I know.
days.
Because you can't, most people don't want to do this at their own house.
Preach, brother.
Great point.
Look, God bless these people.
Yeah.
They're doing
I
a
know.
great thing. But
They're angels with rakes.
Right. But here's the thing, Kimmy.
Yeah.
You saw this and you didn't immediately think, I want to help the community. You went selfish right away.
Well, I only because I know a couple that met this way.
Really?
And it made me think, not with this
They
specific
touched
thing.
rakes?
But I was thinking, like, if you're a single person, would this be a good way to meet somebody because you're kind of seeing like the best side of them in a way?
Okay.
Depending on what you're doing.
So volunteering in general.
Yeah, volunteering in general, doing any sort of like charity work.
That's an icebreaker. You're there.
Yeah.
And you're both doing, yeah.
You have to collaborate with each other maybe at some point.
All right. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Also, women wouldn't have their guard up like they would at a bar or something like that, right? Like you're going to much easily be able to talk to them easier. You know, standing next to them, moving garbage.
You're busy.
or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there are two types of people, or I'm sorry, what are the types of people who go to these events? Because none of us volunteer, so we have no idea.
I wouldn't think they're fun people.
Why?
Like, on a date.
Why?
Because I think like you're gonna have to hear like some kind of like issue, and you're gonna have to like fake interest in that. Yeah, man. Yeah, these mallards they need a voice in Albany. Like you're gonna get stuck in one of those conversations you
but-
just don't care about, man.
But I guess
Like you're just gonna be looking at her body, going,
But if you're both there, like let's say you're not going there to meet somebody,
Right.
you just happen to meet, like you're both there for the same reason.
Yeah, but
right?
if guys are gonna go there to fake it,
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I would go as a single man
You,
would be to meet
yes.
somebody. And
women aren't going, I hope I meet a husband here. They're really concerned about the park.
Yeah. And look, the majority of men that would go to this, now that you brought it up listening to us, would only go to meet somebody. But here's the thing. That's a stupid take.
Well, you were laughing pretty
Well,
hard.
it's funny, but it's
Because you know that's a conversation you may get sucked into.
No, like you assume that people who like volunteer and do good things only talk about those things. Like
They
don't
tend to,
That's
though.
not. How would you know?
All these people
How
that I
would
ever
you know?
ran into, the people that were on this show,
Yeah.
They
you mean
suck.
the people that were on the show talking about the event or the reason they were here?
No,
Don't
but
double
even-
old man wait for you, son of a
but
bitch.
even the people that were on the show, like part of the show, they were super one way, and they
No.
wouldn't shut up about
I've
it.
dated girls like this before. They don't always talk about this stuff. Some of them have dirty sides. Some of them have hobbies that don't involve volunteering.
They have dirty sides if there were no harm to dolphins involved.
I'm actually okay with that. What do you want to do? Like, if you went out and had drinks, but a dolphin got murdered, you'd be okay with that?
I'll eat a dolphin's ass in a second, bro. If it
Gotta
was legal.
dump that.
No, I meant the eating the animal.
Stop. How did you think that was going to get cleared by the FCC?
I would eat a dolphin if it was socially acceptable.
If you-
we got plenty of them.
If you're watching the live stream, you got something else nobody did, a bestiality sex move.
No, eating
You
it
said
as,
it. Stop.
as a meal.
Got it. Still not clear. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy's suggestion, go volunteer to meet someone if you're looking to
Yeah.
find a romantic partner.
Easy Street. Go clean up Easy Street.
So, Kimmy, you would have to think at an event like a park cleanup in
Yeah.
Monroe County, you would have a bunch of younger folks and a bunch of folks over 50.
Yeah.
Is that a fair statement?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You'll get that older set, too.
Well, I'm saying, like, you know,
Pre-kids, post-kids.
Exactly.
Old,
Yeah.
And a lot of old hippies.
if you Would you be into an old hippie chick?
Sure. Why not?
I can't picture that working with
You
you.
literally just had a Mallard take.
Yeah.
Like, old hippie chicks are absolutely going to be 100% in on issues at all times.
I will say this, though. Most of them old hippie chicks, they're pretty lean. No, how their diet is pretty clean, man.
252 WCMF.
And you've lost the hippie chick.
Yeah, like he had the hippie chicks in the first
I just
place.
said she was lean and tight.
Hey, you're looking lean today, lady.
Tight. Keep it tight, baby.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Frank. Hey, Frankie, what's up, buddy?
Great way for younger people to find a summer job and perhaps a regular job, because the people that are going to run this are people that are heads of the parks.
Okay.
So if you go there and make a good impression on somebody, you're going to get a damn good job for the summer at least.
Okay, so Frank, I get back in the day using this logic. We just talked the other day about how it was Wednesday. The city was having wide open interviews for recreation jobs. I think they're hurting for people. I don't even think you have to make a good impression. Just show me, like, I'll do it.
Go out there and bust my ass.
Yeah, but it's a good for me. It would be a good way to find a job.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Really?
Find a job and some bootah.
Yeah, I guess.
Frank, thanks for the,
That's cool.
thanks for the call,
All right,
buddy. Have a good one. That's cool, man. All right.
It's groovy.
Do you want to date someone who also volunteers? Because here's the thing.
Like they're an actual volunteer.
Well, because look, if you're,
Actual volunteer.
he had to be clear because again, if Tommy and I were going,
Okay,
we're not
yes,
actual
forced.
volunteers.
This is fakery. This
Yes.
is complete
You're
fakery.
Forced volunteering, I think.
Well, we've made the decision to volunteer, but only to volunteer to meet a woman.
Oh, gotcha.
Because if they're into volunteering, I would guess that they're also going to be into volunteering with other things. Not that they
Right.
would consume
Yeah.
their life.
Right.
But,
You would also have to go do other things with them.
yes, and that's where it would suck.
Is it the worst thing in the world to get involved with
I
someone
mean,
that wants to make the world a better place?
Yeah, but then you're going to have to listen to it all. You're going to end up at the Little Theater on a Tuesday afternoon because somebody in from Oregon wants to talk about the river problems. Yeah, you're just going to get into those things, man.
I would be worried that they would see me as a bad person. Like if I was just going to volunteer to meet somebody and I didn't really care about the volunteering, but you faked it for that day,
Yeah.
and then you don't want to do it again. Like over time, like I would be worried this person that, genuinely wants to help the
Right.
world is going to see me and be like, you're not who I thought you were.
I'm not going to get dragged all of that.
No, but that's the thing. If you go to this just to meet somebody, you can never tell that person you met that you were only there to meet
Yeah.
somebody.
Right.
They
That's
would have
Right,
to
but
believe
but
for
over
the rest of
time
it.
they're going to see like you don't really care about volunteering.
So there's only two ways this would work. Either A, you're doing it for a hookup, and I can't imagine there's people with rakes that would be like, rip my clothes off when we're done.
Right.
Well, you got to shower anyway. You're all full of dirt. Or you would have to involve yourself in a relationship with someone that is conscious socially, environmentally.
You're going to end up at the Dryden Theater on a Friday night watching some crappy ass foreign film about the plight of insert person. I'm telling you, man, this is
Okay.
what's going to happen.
All right, but what if they're a good? What if you like them? You're not willing to make that sacrifice. All right, let me ask you this question.
Yes, but I mean,
Look at you,
Can
you
you-
bitch.
can you-
Because I think of like people like your wife, Pat. That she does a lot of stuff for other people.
But she doesn't
like
have
volunteer
time,
work.
though.
No, she
Well, but she
volunteers
does,
a ton.
yeah.
She does.
Where does she get the
I
time?
don't know. That's good. Less time she's gonna spend with me. I don't know.
All right, there's motivation.
Like,
Well, no.
don't you feel like a little bit of that is rubbed off on you in a way that maybe makes you a slightly
He doesn't
better
even rake
person?
his beard.
But you would do things that you wouldn't normally do if you weren't married to your wife.
I'm a bad example, and now you guys are. With the background that I had, I volunteered a ton when I was a kid.
Well, you had to do it through school and stuff,
Well,
right?
yeah, and just my dad, like, working for the town of Gates, like, I was always involved in, like, doing stuff like that. So that just kind of, like, I thought that's what everybody did,
Yeah.
right? So, like, I'm a bad example. I'm a bad person, but I'm a bad person that volunteers. So it was always, like, something that happened.
Okay,
So, like, cool,
yeah, shared
whatever.
that.
But I'm with you. Like, if it wasn't something that was in my background, I would be like, why are you going to all this stuff all the time?
You can tell the guys that are faking when they're at these volunteering events, okay? If the guy is there, okay, working at one of these events with his old lady, and he's wearing a Josh Allen jersey,
No.
he got dragged to that
No,
thing.
he
Hey.
didn't. And even if he got
No man.
Well, you don't want to get your Josh Allen jersey dirty.
Right. So he's got he's all in on whatever he's trying to achieve here.
Even if that guy gets dragged to volunteer, he's still there.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
still
Hey,
another
it
set
count-
of
it counts.
hands, right? He's doing
Yeah.
more than we're doing.
It's God's work.
Okay.
but God knows you lie.
You may also be turned off for another reason, like especially in this type of volunteering situation. What if like they're really bad at it?
Volunteering?
Or not volunteering, but like doing all like that yard work where you're like, have you ever picked up a rake in your
That
life?
would be Tommy's problem.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you
Like,
gotta
oh,
lift with your back.
All right. I mean, look, in all sincerity,
Yeah.
even if you're not a volunteer person, right? We hear all the time, Kimmy, folks that are single, like I keep meeting the same people over and over again. Eventually you run out of
same circles.
This is going to be a new circle of people.
It
Yeah,
would.
for sure.
And maybe it opens your horizon. So you're
Okay.
doing a good thing and you got a chance to meet somebody.
Yeah, you'll feel good about yourself while you're faking it.
It's better than the situation this next man find himself
What
in.
happened?
Well, I think we all forget how on display we are when we're driving in our cars.
Sure. Yeah, you kind of forget.
Yeah, like you're in a cocoon, but you got windows everywhere, right? And that seems to be the problem this man finds himself in because he let the music get a hold of him, and now he's facing charges that have put him behind bars.
What was he doing with the music?
We'll explain everything next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We don't realize how on display we are sitting in our cars.
Oh, yeah, you're wide open.
Right, you got your little capsule, and it feels intimate. But the windows on each side means if you're doing something weird, folks are going to watch.
How weird was this guy getting?
Well, thanks to this, he's now in handcuffs. And
What the hell was he listening to?
well, look, dancing in your car, Tommy, is okay.
Yeah.
Dancing in your car while doing this,
What was he being?
it's not dirty.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, we about to get creepy, buddy.
That's right. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. The creep kept coming at you. And, all right, we got to be careful with this. I'm serious.
Hey, man, let's be cool.
An acquaintance of mine has a situation with his wife. She's her body's changing.
Sure.
And she's not as confident. And she wants to do something cosmetic in her chest area.
Yeah. She wants to boost him.
All right, the reason we're bringing this up is, one, he wants to know if he's off base because he listens to the show.
Okay.
And two, I think this is something that's happening more behind closed doors that people are afraid to talk about. And there is a sentence this man said to me that is going to make people go, oh, my God. But he makes a good point.
I don't get it, but I'm going to keep an open mind, Patrick.
The sentence he uttered is, I feel like her body is my body.
They should have a shared say in what goes on.
He should have a say in what goes on with her body.
Okay.
And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Story on 13 Wham last night describes an incident that went down in the city of Rochester just after 10 o'clock on Wednesday.
What happened?
Well, the RPD says an unmarked police car was crossing the Bausch Memorial Bridge when they spotted a man in another car dancing.
Wait.
He's just
How big's his car?
He was in his car, like grooving around, dancing in the car. I was guessing, right?
Yeah.
And that is not illegal. That is completely legal. You can
Dance
groove.
away.
Yep, let the
Get your
music
groove
get
on.
you. Yeah. However, the officer says this dancing man was dancing while holding a handgun.
What?
He was holding a gun. He was dancing in his car with a gun, according to
Oh,
police.
my God.
Uniformed officers, along with help from the state police, stopped this 35-year-old man
35? Good God.
as he was entering a store on St. Paul. He was listening to James Brown, too.
Good God.
Good God. Police detained him. They found a loaded .40 caliber handgun. He is in the Monroe County Jail as we speak.
A 40? That's a hand cannon, man.
And it's all thanks to not being able to fight off the beat with a gun in your hand.
And it's nighttime, too.
10 o'clock at night.
Oh, my God.
Okay, first question off the bat. Was he dancing with the gun in his car because he was trying to look badass in his mirror with the gun?
You'd almost think, right? Why else would you pick up the gun? You don't need
Yeah,
it
I'm
while
guessing
you're
like the
driving.
gun went along with like
The music he
his
was-
like the vibe he was going.
I'm
for.
dying to know what he was listening to.
Bro, I mean, okay, so like there's like two kinds of gun music, right? There's like hip hop and there's country.
What about is hip hop gangster?
Sure. Did you really just say that?
What kind of question?
Is hip-hop
I don't know. I don't know
And
if the
he
hip
even
hop
hit-
guy.
He hit the hard A at the end too.
Gangsta.
Is hip hop
Gangsta.
gangsta?
Is he gangsta? I don't know the difference, man. It doesn't hurt to ask.
The difference between
Are
It's
they the
like
same
metal
people?
being underneath rock, like gangster rap, which nobody calls it that anymore. It's would be under the umbrella of hip hop music, just like metal would be under the umbrella of rock and roll music.
But there's softer hip hop and then there's harder
a
hip
lot
hop.
of versions of hip hop. Yes.
Right.
Why did you? Why?
I'm just
Why?
asking.
No,
I think it's a valid question.
No, but that's what we're getting at, right? Like it's either like can't take my gun away.
So you think it could have been country?
Well, no, I'm not saying I think it could have been. I'm just going down the two types of music that typically have guns in them.
Yeah, it ain't, well,
But
yeah.
I'm
I
guessing
mean, it
like
ain't Kenny
country,
G.
not as much
Because the gun would
dancing.
be pointed at your head.
I'm guessing there would be more movement involved in like something with a beat rather than country.
I don't know. Have you heard some of this country music lately?
Country gets
Jimmy?
down on it, man. Have you listened to Brooks and Dunn? Come on, man.
Oh, you talking
Rock
about
My World, Little Country Girl. You don't think I could pull a pistol out and start swinging it around?
You talking about the original gangstas of
The
modern
country gangster.
music? Okay.
Yeah.
Do folks not realize how on display they are when they're driving?
I probably do.
No.
But I would
That's why
think
you
at
see
night, though, I'm a little safer because it's dark.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, you're not as visible, I suppose.
Right.
It is weird. Like you'll see people picking their nose.
Yeah,
Like,
yes.
But that's standard stuff.
but that just goes to show, though, you feel so isolated, even though you're in a vehicle full of windows.
No, I mean, look, when you're driving around 390, 490, 590 rush hour, you will see people doing all kinds of weird
Bro,
ass
you and I got
things.
strange on the road in our cars. right?
Well, I was conscious of that. Like, I was making sure nobody could see what I was
Bro,
doing.
I was broad daylight, Midwest.
As was I. But what I'm saying is, like, that we knew was wrong, and we
Yeah.
were keeping an effort to keep that
True.
concealed. What I'm talking about is when you completely forget.
Yeah, you're zoned out.
You got it. Like, I think the most common embarrassing stuff people will do, like, there's that putting on a whole concert in your car. Like, not just singing, but, like, getting into the song that's on the radio.
Yeah,
Like,
you're moving to it.
I'm really bad with this because,
Yeah.
like, the music just takes me over, and I'm, like, banging on the steering wheel. I'm giving the performance of my life, and I look over, and there's some old lady staring at me.
Yeah.
And, like, what do? You just force to, like, sit there next to them like an idiot.
Yeah. Just all you can do is just stare straight ahead.
Yeah. You see, Tommy, people, like, putting on their makeup, brushing their teeth, getting ready for the day.
I've never seen brushing teeth.
Oh, I haven't seen brushing teeth.
Really?
I haven't seen brushing teeth.
Oh.
Where do you spit?
And you bring a cup.
Ugh.
Oh God.
What?
I mean,
Seems like
I
more
have
work.
seen women put on makeup steering with their knee.
Have you ever caught somebody in a really heated conversation
Oh, that's
in
so
their car?
uncomfortable, like a fight.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
yeah.
a fight
A
in
fight,
the car.
or
Sure.
even like if they're on speakerphone in their car.
But
you
those
can
are
see-
interesting. Those I really appreciate.
Well, no, but I'm always afraid, like, it's going to go, like, one step too far, and I'm like, what do I do?
Oh,
You know what I mean?
nothing. Just
If
keep
somebody's
going.
If somebody's in trouble,
you don't know.
I'm saying, like, a step too far, like, it gets physical in the car.
Oh, I thought you meant on the phone.
No, I meant, like,
Oh,
two
like
people
two
arguing.
people
Yeah.
like strangling and
Or, like,
driving.
yeah, there's, like, somebody, like, drops a hand on somebody. Like, what do I do? Because you're right. Like, it
Stuck
doesn't
at
affect
the light,
It
yeah.
doesn't affect me. I can just drive away from this, but that person looks like they might be in some serious trouble.
Yeah, maybe they deserved it too.
For God's sakes,
You never
2-5.
know
are
what they
just-
said. I do talk to myself a lot in the car.
Really?
Like open mouth talking.
Oh yeah, like I'll literally have a conversation with myself in the car, especially coming to work in the morning.
Can we put like a camera in your car to see what this looks like?
But then it's kind of tainted because then I'd be playing for the camera.
Well, no, because you'd forget about the camera in 10 minutes.
All right. No, but you don't do that. I
I mean, I
openly
talk-
talk to myself.
I feel like the only time I'm talking in the car is if I'm pissed at somebody for like cutting me off. But like other than that, I don't think I've ever had a conversation with myself.
No, now that I'm thinking about it, you're right. The longer the car ride, the more likely I am to
I
talk
get
to
hoarse
myself.
after a while. Like, shut up, you.
Winning arguments you had with people a week ago.
Yeah.
And another thing.
Like going away on home, I don't think I do it as much because we've kind of talked it out.
Okay.
But in the morning, I'm chatty Cathy in the car.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this incident that happened in the city 10 p.m. on Wednesday. The RPD said an unmarked car spotted a man dancing in his car while holding a handgun. He was holding a gun, according to police. They uniformed officers, along with the state police, stopped the 35-year-old man while he was walking into a store in St. Paul. They found, after they detained him, a loaded .40 caliber handgun. He has been remanded to the Monroe County Jail. You know, we were talking about what kind of music it could have been.
Right.
Like, because Kimmy's theory was the gun was involved with the song.
Yeah.
The gun wouldn't come out unless the song
Part of
called
the
for it.
lifestyle.
Yeah.
Culture.
Let's talk to Pete. Hey, Petey, what's going on, buddy?
AC/DC, shoot the thrill. Don't you drive
Right.
around waving your gun around?
Okay.
Jeez.
Like, here's the thing. I almost want to know what song he was listening to, because that song has to be really good, where you would pull a gun out.
Risk it all.
Yes, I mean, like, you would not even, maybe he didn't even realize he had the gun in his hand, Pete.
You had to know.
But sometimes songs get so good, you don't realize you're singing into the end of the broomstick. Am I wrong? We've all been there. We've all been there.
All right.
Petey, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
All right, so it's either hip hop or new country. It can't be old country.
What do you mean? Old Country's got guns all
said
over
it.
the place.
Yeah, but you ain't.
Oh.
I shot a man today.
That's actually New Country, you idiot.
No, it's like Johnny Cash.
Yeah,
You're
that
not-
came- that song
it's
came out
slow.
in, like,
You-
2010.
You don't get your groove onto a Johnny Cash tune.
And it was I hurt myself today, which I
Whatever.
guess you could hurt yourself by shooting.
Well, yeah,
I shot myself today. Now the song is done.
Gene. Yeah, old country is slow.
Did you say old country? No, it's got guns in it.
Yeah, but you wouldn't dance to it. You
Oh,
wouldn't
yeah,
be
they
like
fiddles
shaking
and
your
stuff.
arm.
Except tons of fiddles.
Yeah. There's some upbeat stuff.
Oh, the old school?
Yeah, they dance
You don't
to
even
it.
know. But your old school is so goddamn new.
No, I've heard old school country. I
Well,
mean,
give me an
not
old
all
school.
of it's slow.
Give me the old school.
Shut up. Now you're gonna
Nothing's coming to me
gatekeep
right
old
now.
country.
Toby Keith. He's not old school,
did
man.
say
That's-
Toby Keith.
No, he's dead. Rest his soul.
He was young country at one point.
Oh, my. Everyone was young country at one point. Why are we having a
Just- I
country
don't
music
know.
argument? Shoot, shoot, shoot. Big a dim. Baby on the porch and peaches in a can. Like, yeah, you remember that song, that classic country song?
Yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. As we talk about how on display we are in our cars without realizing it. Let's talk to Barber. Hey, Barber, what's up, buddy?
Good morning, guys. How do you not realize that he was singing along with the second greatest Billy Idol song, I'll Be Dancing With My Gun.
Boo!
Are you out of breath?
Yeah, that's how much it took to come up with that joke.
I was pulled up next to a car. I looked over. There were 4 occupants, and I had to look twice. They were playing euchre in the car.
Wait, the driver too?
They're playing
Yeah,
cards.
There was 4 of them. They were playing euchre because I looked twice. He was holding up, and I could even see what he had in his hands and everything. And then I honked the horn. He looked over. He smiled, and that was the end of that. You know?
How was his hand? Was it good?
He had farmer's hand.
That sucks. Barbara, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I don't know what that means. I'm not Italian. I don't play euchre.
I don't either.
Okay.
And I am Italian.
Are you a car starer?
Oh, I look around. I mean, if something catches my eye, I will watch. I also want to sometimes I want to see who's in that car
I do
because
that every car, man.
Yeah.
I know who's driving that car,
You
man.
have an idea.
If the
but you
car
want
is
to confirm.
if the car's nice, you have to look. If
Yeah.
the car's crappy, you have to look. If they have some big ass truck, you have to look. If they have a back full of stickers, you have to look. If they did something stupid on the road, you
If
have to
they're in
look.
a lame mom car, I gotta look.
And every time you drive by and see him, you go, figures.
Yes, I nailed it.
Knew it. But have you gotten caught staring at someone?
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
That's the
awkward.
most uncomfortable car moment. Because, like you said, all you can do is stare forward.
And
Yeah,
you try
you
to
just
maybe
snap your head.
pull up a little, just so you're not even with that person anymore.
But like you make direct
Yeah.
eye contact with that person.
Yeah.
And what's even more strange is we talk about how Rochester's a small town city all the time. How you'll run into someone you know every time you go out. Yet when you look at someone in their car, it's never anyone you've ever met before. Have you ever had an incident where you've driven down 590, 390, 490, you've looked at like who's this and it's someone you know?
Yes.
Really?
Mhm.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess
And it was early in the morning. It was somebody going to another morning show who we used to light up all the time. man.
Do you not have one good relationship with anyone in this business?
How are we doing? No, but I mean, it was I've seen it a couple of times, especially in this town.
Yeah. I've been in the car with my husband, and it's happened to him multiple times,
Where
or
it's-
he's seen coworkers or something.
Oh wow.
Big thank you to Ryan DeMarco rating us on Instagram. Farmer's hand is 9s and 10s only. Nobody needed to know that.
Thank you, Ryan DeMarco.
Nobody. Hey, I'm gonna go play euchre now. 252 WCMF 252-9263. I mean, this guy's a car expert. It's what he does for a living.
Oh, okay.
Ben's on CMF. Hey, Ben, what's going on, buddy?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Good to hear from you, buddy.
So I drive for a living for like about 9 hours a day. And I'm out in the middle of nowhere all day, so pretty much. And I have the dumbest stories in my head, and I'll do, I'll see somebody working on their car outside, and I'll come up with a whole backstory and voices for the people and everything just because I'm that bored driving.
No, I understand that. I get that. I think I do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Him being bored driving.
Upbeat old school country would be Get Rhythm by Johnny Cash.
Get a rhythm. That one?
Yes.
Okay, but that doesn't have
Yes,
guns
I
in
love
it.
that.
Get a rhythm, or I'll shoot you
No,
in
no,
the
it
face.
doesn't.
Come on and get a rhythm.
Well, he might run. He might
Also-
sing. He might like that old Johnny Cash tune.
What song's that?
I saw Ben today, and I shot him in the mouth. All he had to say was, "I liked all your albums. Can I still have your autograph, Mr. Cash?"
Ben, great call, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
All right, have a good one, guys.
There goes Ben. I'm impressed you got there.
Yeah.
Because he was leading us into a brick
Yeah.
wall. All right. It's Friday. You know what that means.
Oh, buddy, boy.
What's
I got a feeling it's a good one this week.
Thoughts?
Yeah, it's always good.
Not a
I mean, you
ringing
always,
endorsement.
bring
Way
the
to
creep.
sell it.
Yeah, way to keep him in through the commercials, Kimmy.
That and more.
All the disgusting things Tommy
Just your
said
standard creep cap.
all week. It's a creep cap coming at you. And look, it's a concern. He's concerned for his wife.
Yeah, but you gotta be careful, man. This is such a dangerous area to go into,
And that's why he's in the situation he's in, because he's afraid to say anything. And I understand why he's afraid to say anything.
and he should be.
He understands why his wife feels this way.
Right.
He understands what it would look like him stepping in. And we're going to explain this. We got to be careful because it's someone I know. And he
Oh, yeah.
asked me to talk about this to see if he was off base with other people listening to the show. And I think this might be something that couples are having, conversations they're having behind closed doors.
Okay.
That nobody else talks about. But he said in a sentence, and out of context it sounds horrible, that he believes his wife's body is also his body. And that sounds
Yikes.
Horrible, Kimmy.
Not if you're standing in Kentucky.
But I think he has a point. The way
Based
he
on
followed
Tommy's reaction, I'm going to say no.
Out of context, it sounds bad.
But you know I back you ladies.
No. I was going to say that shocked you, so that had to be a bad thing.
But I'm pro lady. Wait, what?
We'll get into it. And we'll do it next here in the break room on CMF. You can do whatever you want with your body.
Yes.
But that idea is causing some major anxiety for a man who loves his wife just the way she is.
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to see her do something he thinks she'll regret. And frankly, he personally doesn't want to see.
That I don't get, but that's a whole nother ball of booby.
And in this problem, there may be a realization that your body, if you're in a relationship, isn't just your body. You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it's Friday.
Yeah, buddy.
He already said the word booby, so we're off to a start. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's the Creep Cab, but it happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it. I understand your booby drama. But you know what I'm saying? Like
I understand your booby drama is my second favorite riff.
I understand your booby drama. I blame it on the physique of your mama.
I'm also not the
He's got his daddy's face and his mom's, you know what.
It's on what I like to call Burger Alley.
Oh, yeah.
Because you got five
They
guys
used to
down
call
the
that
street.
your mom.
If you want to be close enough to smell Journey.
Who doesn't want to sniff those boys? Your sugared ass lips ain't tasting nothing but sugar.
That's my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
Your sugar ass lips ain't tasting but nothing but sugar, honey.
If you pour, you eat knockoff Puff Cheetos. And I know this as a boy who ate a lot. My fingers were constantly orange from puffy
So
Cheetos.
is his penis.
Yes.
It looked like a Roco. It's called Tangy Tom's Mountain Mouth Sauce. You don't need no chicken, son. Straight from the bottle to your lips. Don't go to your hips. Everything.
It's not always about sex, man. It's not always about sex.
All roads lead back to the coochie pie.
Coochie pie?
I feel like you're
Daddy's
kidding, right?
home for some coochie pie.
You're probably doing something that we're going to get in trouble for.
No, your mom's not here.
My mom is a sign language interpreter.
Yes, you do.
Shut up.
Yeah, she
She
do.
knows all the good signs. That taco. I was raised on stores syrup. I don't want your hoary tree ooze.
Yeah, I'm looking for some quality.
Why didn't you tell me, man?
What do you
I just get in the tartar game, baby.
Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, I just got my approval from the mayor. Malik came down. He cut the ribbon. I got a nice little kiosk in the men's room.
Wait, get out. What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Old Time Ocean to Your Mouth Tartar Sauce. It's so good to be a creep.
There it is. Creep up on CMF. Look at me.
Yeah.
We have to be careful with
Yeah,
this.
it's very sensitive.
Okay,
subject.
look, I have a buddy who confided something in me, very personal. And he wants me to share this because he feels like a monster.
Because he's an idiot.
Okay. Hey, good start, Kimmy.
Oh!
I also believe this is something couples are having discussions
Okay.
about and no one else is talking.
All right,
Okay,
fair.
so I got to give you a little background. He and his wife have 3 kids. They're both in their 40s.
Yeah.
In the last few years, his wife has brought up the idea of getting breast implants,
Sure.
boob job. She doesn't like the way they look after breastfeeding, which, Kimmy, from what I understand, is a common feeling
Very
women
common.
have.
But they get a little chewed up.
And he says
What?
she believes this will make her more confident.
Okay.
So he told me for years it was just talk that happened every once in a while. But now it's gotten so serious that she has a consultation with a doctor to talk about her options and what the cost is
All
going
right,
to
so
be.
she
Okay.
stepped up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's ready to do
Making
this.
moves.
So my buddy is now panicked because he doesn't want this to happen. So first off, he tells me that her breasts and body, he says they're perfect the way that they are. Which, quick sidebar, if you're not prepared for that sentence coming out of your buddy's mouth when you know his wife,
Yeah.
very uncomfortable. Because what do you say?
Yeah. Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
you
They
good.
fine, buddy.
Great knockers, buddy. But he goes on to say he's still very much attracted to her sexually.
Right.
He's afraid that something could go wrong.
Okay, that's a
with the
fair
procedure.
concern,
That's
but that doesn't seem like his reasoning.
Okay, that's a pretty low risk.
Well,
So,
no,
what,
no,
really?
it's a-
Look, I know it looks
it's a
like you've
risky
had
thing.
breast implants, but you don't know about breast implants.
But I'm guessing it's pretty low risk.
There we go again. If you have to start the sentence with "I'm guessing," don't say the
They
sentence.
do this plastic surgery that looks like people's houses.
What?
I don't know.
So he goes on. He says he doesn't want to come out and tell his wife, "Hey, I don't want you to do this,"
Smart boy.
he doesn't want to be the one that stands in the way of feeling good about herself, her feeling good, and he doesn't want her to eventually resent him if she takes his opinion down the road and regrets it.
Right.
So up to this point, even with the appointment coming up that's scheduled, he's kept his mouth shut. But while telling me this whole thing, he said something very interesting.
What do you say?
I'm going to quote him.
Okay.
You ready? Quote, She didn't ask me if She didn't ask me if I was okay with this, and that bothered me because I look at her boobs as my boobs too.
Did you say this was going to get any better for this guy?
He said that.
Okay.
He said that.
I don't.
He
I'm
said.
not seeing this getting any better.
The boy's a fool.
He said because he is in a relationship with her, he sees her body as his body.
Like it's a joint ownership, joint decision of what she wants to do with her body.
This is what he said.
This is what he thinks he is entitled to.
I know that sounds really
But
bad.
that's what he's saying.
I know. But look, out of context, that sounds really bad. Here's the thing. I know this guy. I've known this guy a long time. He's
He
a
wants
good
some
guy.
input.
He followed it up
By
saying he also sees his body as her body.
Oh, thank you, bro.
Well, but that's because he doesn't want to do anything to
No,
it.
no,
Thank you.
and
It's so again thing that's never gonna happen.
Well, no.
Yes, you're invited to your opinion.
He said, oh, there's the old man wave.
I'm with the old man wave today.
Hey, honey,
I'm
I'm
team old man wave.
Hey, honey, I think about getting into bodybuilding. You know, I'm gonna go ahead. Yeah, do it.
Yeah.
It's never gonna happen.
He said,
Flab master.
Flabmaster. He said he wouldn't do anything drastic to himself without asking his wife how she felt. He gave the example.
Like what? Give up farting for Lent?
For example.
He gave the example of like a big tattoo or like getting a facelift or Botox, right? He would never come home. He said, I would never come home with like a massive tattoo that I didn't consult my wife about first or ask her opinion. So here is my question. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because I get out of context how the sentence
Out
sounds.
of context, in context, either way, it doesn't sound great.
All right.
Do you feel your partner's body is your body, and is that a bad thing to say?
I'll let Kimmy go first because she's the lady, and seems to be
I
more
think
the
it's
lady.
okay for you to express your opinion when your significant other wants to change your looks in some way, but I don't think you can say, well, I don't want you to do it, so you can't do it.
Now
I think it's fair to voice your concerns, but I don't think that you have any control over their ultimate decision.
Yeah, you ain't Maritata town, bro.
And I also feel like in this situation, this is something she's obviously self-conscious about.
Okay.
Doing this would make her happy and improve her life. So you're basically sacrificing her happiness for yours.
Okay.
Right there.
But vice versa.
But is her changing her body going to affect your happiness?
He believes it will, and he's afraid. He's afraid of what's going to happen. And here's the thing. Look.
But women's bodies are constantly under attack. Men's aren't.
Oh, really? Who does that, Tommy?
Preach.
Who
Preach,
does that?
old man.
Are you going to side with this dick who constantly attacks women's bodies? Are you really going to do that right now?
In this instance, he's right.
Oh, my God.
And when do men's bodies become any issue at any time?
Let's go this way.
Unless they're doing something horrible with their body.
All right, let me give you an
to
example.
somebody else.
If I wanted to get a vasectomy and my wife didn't want me to, do I have a right to go get it without her?
No.
What's the difference?
Because that's tied to her.
Her breasts are tied to me.
You don't invoke.
When I do this.
Oh, but you didn't say he didn't invoke the honky honky rule.
honky clause. Literally and figuratively. Like if I wanted to go to get a vasectomy without my wife's permission, and I went and did that, and my wife was furious, you guys would think that I did something wrong.
It would be weird to do it without a conversation, but again, if she didn't want you to do it and you wanted to do it for yourself, I think it's fair for you to go do it for yourself.
Should my wife tell me if I want a vasectomy, I don't think you should get it. I don't want you to get it.
She can express her opinion, but again, I think the ultimate decision is your own decision about your own body.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, because there's this weird side-by-side in this specific situation with this guy, right? Like, he isn't saying anything because he understands how she feels.
Yes.
Or understands, you get what I'm saying, like from the outside how she feels. And he doesn't want to be the one to stand in the way. But at the same time, I don't necessarily disagree that when you are in a relationship with someone committed, that what they want to do with their body at least has to be a discussion with that person you're with forever.
Well, it sounds like this was a discussion. I mean,
But
he
I'm not
knows
gonna-
that she's going to get the consultation.
But
and
he's
stuff.
afraid to say anything.
But he wants to stop her from doing it. That's why he wants to have the conversation.
Yes.
Because he doesn't want her to do it.
Okay, but if my wife didn't want me to have a vasectomy, if my wife didn't want me to get a tattoo, if my wife didn't want me to get breast reduction surgery, would she be a dick for standing in the way?
No, because I think she has valid points because men don't really care about their bodies, and men don't have the body issues that women have from birth.
If a guy's,
Yeah, I mean, like your
It's
body
such
didn't. I mean, to his point, like your body didn't push out 3 children.
I understand.
like it's there's so much more pressure on women and their bodies than men.
How do you sit
I am just
here?
lighting it up.
I don't know
today.
what's happening,
No,
but
no, he's. Just,
I
no.
need to drive to Seneca Falls today because I think I'm the mayor.
If you drove to Seneca Falls, it would just be bottles immediately at your car.
you are dressed like a mayor today
I'm telling
on
you,
a
man.
Friday.
Why would
Friday
you
mayor? Casual Friday mayor.
Why would you even want to go near this?
Look.
Because it doesn't matter. What's the worst that he's gonna get?
Is this
a
like
bigger rack?
Oh,
Wow.
yeah. Hey, there's your fighting for women, Kimmy.
Okay, but I
Sisters
my
deserve to
question
have the
is,
rack that they want.
Is this an insecurity on his part? Like, is
course
he
it
not want?
is.
He's painting it as I'm worried about her.
You know,
But is
I'll
this
tell you what he's
more?
worried
Is this
about.
more a thing of I'm worried for our relationship moving forward if
Keep
she does
going.
this? Like that's a trust issue thing, not so
it's
much
a male ego-driven question.
Look, I got to be fair. I don't know the answer to that question. He doesn't
I
seem.
do. I don't even know this guy.
You don't know this guy. What I'm saying is,
Mama's gonna get the nice rackola, and he's afraid that guys are gonna start hitting on
hey,
him.
Kimmy, there's your teammate right
Raccola.
here. Raccola.
Rackola, and she's gonna fly the coop, and it's gonna be a rough takeoff with them big engines.
Here's your boy.
Remember we talked about women's body issues?
Yeah,
Maybe don't say that right now.
but she's gonna have more
We're
nice
trying
body.
to be on the same team here, man.
More nice body. Look, I know the way I know this guy. I've known him for a while. He doesn't seem like that type of guy. But to be fair, maybe with this hitting him in the face, both literally and figuratively, this is starting to be something he might realize. I don't know. I can't answer that question. I don't know. 252 WCMF. We got Kelly writes us on Instagram. I came in late to this discussion. However, this guy is a dick. No one tells me what to do with my body.
Go, girl.
All right. Again, if you're just joining us, I have an acquaintance, his wife. They got 3 kids. They're in their 40s. She does not feel good about her chest, breastfeeding and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
she wants to feel positive about herself.
And he says over the last couple of years, she's brought up the idea of getting breast implants, something he's against, but he hasn't said he's against it because he doesn't want to stop her from being happy. She has now scheduled a consultation. She's going to go in and find out price and procedure for these breast implants, and he doesn't want her to do this, but he doesn't want to say don't do it. But in this conversation, he confided in me, and again, I want to find the quote so I read it the right way. She didn't ask me if I was okay with this, and that bothered me because I look at her boobs as my boobs too. And he then followed it up with, I look at my body as her body, and I wouldn't do anything if I sensed she was hesitant about it to myself. Kimmy, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let's say you decided you wanted to get breast implants.
Okay.
Where you at, Where you at, Seneca Falls? He's taking every bone in his body to not say something because of the position he's taken this morning.
We're Kami this morning.
Okay.
Kimmy, you're going to get breast implants.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you go to your husband and ask his opinion first?
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely be a discussion. Like, I wouldn't. That's not something I would just go do. Like,
Okay.
that's something that I would talk about with other people, like my friends, my husband. Like, that would obviously be just something that I understand. It's a big change in anybody's
But I
life.
guess the question really is, what if he was against it?
Exactly. He comes to you and he goes, Kimmy, listen, I love you the way that you are. I love your body. Like, I married you for this reason. I don't want you to do this.
It would be something I would consider. I don't know. I guess it would depend how.
You felt.
Yeah, like how badly this was something I wanted. If this was just something I was thinking about initially, and then if I heard his opinion, maybe that would change my mind.
If you could pick one cosmetic thing to change about you, what would it be? Oh, what's going on over there, buddy? Why are you laughing? What's happening? What happened? No,
I
what
seen a
happened?
funny story in my
What
head.
happened, Thomas B. Anthony? What's going on over here?
I don't know, because I'm really afraid of surgery.
Okay.
So,
So
like,
if you
that-
could just snap your fingers.
like even
So
if
is
there
the
was something,
doctor.
Oh, here we go. Body issues. These poor
he's breaking
boys
down.
today.
He can't hold it together over there. It's leaking out.
Let's say I could snap a finger and it changes no surgery. What would you want to change?
I don't know if at this point in my life there's anything that I'd want to
I'm
change.
so great.
I'm not even saying that. I think I'm just at a point in my
issues.
life where I've accepted every. You know what
Okay,
I mean?
that's
I
The
just,
answer, my friend,
but I will
is
say
just
maybe-
below your chin.
When you lay with snakes, you get bit. That's what happens. That's what happens.
You gotta appreciate.
we're not on the same team anymore.
You gotta love Peter, Paul, and Mary.
I do think though, I may have a different opinion if I ever was like, had a kid and I saw a lot of changes in that way,
children are
because
rough
there
on
are
your
things
bodies.
there may be things that I can't change myself and I would need.
Okay.
I mean, if you're breastfeeding, they're going to give you those toothy nips, which is one of my favorite comedians in the 1970s on the Ed Sullivan Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the nips. Look, it got me thinking about my relationship, like with my wife, the way he's like breaking this down for me and everything. And I like to think of myself as a pretty like progressive,
You are.
open-minded
You're
person.
yes, you are.
But I don't disagree with his take. Like, I kind of have this feeling that when I commit to somebody for the rest of my life, which I am to my wife, my body is hers, and in turn, her body is mine.
You know that, like, your wife working in the industry that she does,
Right.
she may have done stuff that you don't even know about.
No,
'cause
you're
it's
right.
subtle. You know what I mean? Like,
You're
that
right.
she's never consulted you on.
I understand. And there are only a handful of things I could even think of if it were to come up. And I understand that cosmetic surgery is probably out of the range of the majority of people, unless it's changed because the technology's gotten so much
Sure.
better. But I don't know. Like, am I a bad person for thinking maybe
No.
he has a point?
No, it's an arrogant take, though.
It is.
Because women,
'Cause they-
for
yeah.
centuries, have had no say in anything. And when they finally get say, men go, "Oh, I have an opinion too now. I want some input." Because women had no input about anything for centuries. But now all of a sudden you want to slide in and inject your opinion when they have had no opinion at all.
No, I hear you. If there was only someone in this room that had been alive for decades that could
I've
have
seen
done
it,
something
brother.
about it in
I've
the
seen it.
70s,
I
and
was
the
there,
80s.
man.
Shut
I was there for the
your
march.
hypocritical, coward ass, bitch
I was downtown
ass.
when it went down.
I also
Where
think,
the wind blows mouth.
I also think it's easy to have this take when you're like, oh no, if there was something I wanted to change, I would
course.
totally consult her. Until there's something that you actually want to change about yourself.
Okay. All right, Kimmy, let's use the tattoo thing because your husband has tattoos.
Yeah.
If your husband came home with a tattoo that he didn't tell you about, would that bother you?
Probably not.
He's Betty.
It would be weird that he didn't tell me about it. But I don't think it would. I mean, obviously, like, it's not going to affect our relationship.
Okay. Big ass neck tattoo. It's a flaming skull.
I would have been like, at least, get something better than a flaming skull.
Oh, it's his body. It's his body. Like, and here's the thing that pisses me off. Kimmy, I everything you're saying, I agree with. I understand.
Right, me
No,
too.
you are the bitch. You're the one that's like, women, yeah. Man, you can't have any decision for yourself. It's your wife's body, but her body is her body, man, because, it's like government and stuff. Man, you gotta look at a woman, beautiful piece of heart. Shut up. You just say
You just hate it. You love the message. You hate the messenger.
No, that's
Listen,
not
man,
it.
You hate it coming out
Well,
of
we
this
all hate
little.
the messenger.
You just hate it coming out of this little turtleneck fazuck. That's what you hate.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. Brian says, this guy's an idiot. I agree that your partner's body is your body, but what guy doesn't want his wife to get new breasts? It's like turning down a free Corvette.
Yeah,
He's right.
I would think
he's
it's more of
not.
an insecurity on your part that you wouldn't want that.
We got tweets coming in. God damn.
What's the matter?
Chris C. writes us on Twitter. Tommy is right. Women's bodies are constantly under attack. Our shape, our size, our hair, our
It's
makeup.
ridiculous.
My man doesn't want me to have false lashes, and I do. He doesn't like that look and forbids me to get them, but I won't, but I want to. Now, that's interesting.
The false
Wait, but
lashes?
she's saying she has them?
She said she wants to get them, according to this tweet, at least if I understand
Oh,
it.
I
She
see what you're
wants to
saying.
get them, and he forbids them.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh.
That's a weird
abusive.
stance.
That's abuse. That is emotional abuse.
I'm going to throw my marker
I'm almost impressed that her husband would notice the difference between real and fake lashes, because I'm guessing most men don't.
Yeah, it's a good question. If she went and got him, would he even know that she
know.
got him?
Well, it's a kind of a loose look.
What?
What?
What do you mean?
False lashes?
Yeah, what do you mean by loose?
It's a little loose.
How so? I don't understand.
Depends how long they are.
I don't like they're loose on her eyes, like they're gonna fall off.
Yeah, that too. They'll fall off.
God,
if
you're
you
the
use them
worst
right.
at taking a stance.
No, go ahead, Kimmy. This is your boy, Tommy and Kimmy, holding hands together
But she
into
got it
the
right.
future for women.
She got it right.
What?
She got it right to her own eyelash. You can jack them up to Jesus, man.
Thoughts?
You got to stand.
I don't know where you are.
You got to stand before the Lord and explain your
I'm
face.
out. I'm mad at you.
Why are you
We're
mad
not
at
on the
me?
same team anymore.
Well, now she's got
What?
fleas, laying with dogs. I know everybody was trying to get in here, but Kimmy was hot. She was doing her thing. And no, don't be sorry. You were the one that was only.
Sister, you were on fire today.
You may have been the only one making sense of this conversation.
Yeah.
You know, Kimmy, if you want something to care for and love, but you don't want your body to be affected by childbirth,
What do you do?
from what I hear, you can go get yourself a fur baby.
Oh, yeah.
And the services offered now for dogs puts them on par with how some people treat their children. The proof of this is in a business that has recently opened up here in Rochester.
What do we get?
Well, it's not a new concept.
Yeah, it's just higher end.
If you spend money on this for your dog on a daily basis.
Wait, is it daily?
I mean, it could be a daily basis. Like,
what's the whack?
a lot, I'm assuming. I don't know. We'll tell you what's going on.
Do people do this too?
Well, no, this is a reason why some mothers are staying at home with their actual children.
Oh.
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's not breaking news.
What's that?
More and more people are treating their pets like their pets like children these days. And you two are among them. But the grand opening of a business in Henrietta really sends that point home.
Wow.
And they're not the first of this type. But the fact that so many of these can operate successfully may tell us that we are treating our dogs way too well. Way too well.
Well, we do tend to in this country, yes.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. If you want to catch a glimpse of what's going on in the room this morning.
Oh, boy.
You can log on the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, and Twitch. Our live stream cameras are up. They are rolling. You can look at Tommy in his shacket and white turtleneck. You look like what you think an angel might look like. An angel with a dirty face. You can get us on YouTube at The Break Room, WCMF. Same with Twitch. And all of that brought to you by our good friends from Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing, actual angels with clean faces.
Okay.
There is a new doggy daycare service that is open up in Henrietta called Central Bark. Get it?
Cute.
So they offer an array of services, including grooming, boarding, training.
So this is day. You could drop your dog off for the day.
For the day, it's daycare service.
Right.
But it seems this is, Tommy, mainly a doggy daycare place.
Right.
A place for you when you go to work to take your dog.
Yeah,
so
if you're
they're
a
not,
single person.
Yeah, they're not home alone all
And
day.
it also socializes your dog.
Yeah. You know, that thing we've always done forever.
What's that?
Leave our dog home alone until
Yeah.
like 5 years ago. So now you don't have to do that anymore. You know, like let your dog be a dog. This is not the only doggy daycare service in the area. Not by a long shot. Kimmy, you can attest there are multiple just in the city of Rochester.
Yeah, there's a lot out there.
And the amount of
And
them.
they're all full.
Yes. The amount of them that not only exist but seem to be thriving on a daily basis is alarming.
It's very healthy for your pet.
Okay. 252 WCMF 252 9263. Your dog doesn't need daycare.
Yes, it does.
You know why?
Right.
Because it's a dog.
But they're
Yeah, but it
pack
goes
animals. They're
around.
social animals.
Yeah.
They like to.
Tires himself out.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's and it gets some great exercises. They're just sitting on a goddamn couch
Oh,
all
you're-
day.
Doesn't get
you're-
fat.
Sure. Okay. So when you leave your dog at home for the day, the dog's not going to hurt itself because it's a dog.
Yeah, it just is.
It's not going to wander away as long as the dogs are closed on account of it not having any thumbs.
You mean the doors?
Yeah, you got that. It's not going to get a poor SAT score when it's 16 because it didn't have the knowledge it needed from all the years of schooling the dog didn't get. When some people decide that they were going to spend their hard-earned money on dogs getting entertained all day long, we lost a very important piece of our society.
Why? It's a great opportunity for everybody.
You're
Spending
not
your money on a small business?
okay.
Ooh.
You got, what is Kami going to do?
Big box pack coming in trying to drive out the little guy.
Hey, Kimmy, remember when you
I
partnered
would
with
take
Tommy
my
on the
dog
last
to
break?
PetSmart.
I don't take my dog anywhere. The dogs stay at home.
But
The
you're
dogs
kind
stay
of
at
a
home.
weird dog owner. You're
Am I?
kind of like, you're not
Am I?
all in on dogs.
No.
Well, and you also have people home all the time for your dog. I
Yeah,
mean, like,
true.
I'm guessing, like, the people that work long hours during the day. It helps to get the dog out and doing something and tires him out a little bit.
I'm not the weird dog owner. You guys are the weird
No.
dog owners.
You are.
No, here's
not
why.
Me.
I just don't get, like, if somebody wants to bring their dog there, it's good for the dog.
I think it's
Why
a
you so
great
against
idea.
it?
Is it a great idea? Oh, so your dog's at daycare this morning?
I don't need to because my
Oh, do you
wife's
not?
home.
Oh, so she gives her exercise? She runs around with her all morning
No, we
long?
walk
Oh,
her,
but from what I heard, they're pack animals. Is your wife part of the pack?
Yeah, we are.
I understand that your dog is little, so it might think you're the same breed of dog you are. You just sit here and you name all these things. That makes you a bad dog owner then, based on your
But,
definition.
maybe I'll go down there and give my
You won't
money.
go down there and do it because you can't afford it. You don't even own a house.
Oh, is it really expensive?
I would
Probably
assume.
is.
Yeah, I mean, look, I looked at some of the food selection of this place. Dear Lord, caviar.
There ain't no caviar. Is it?
No, there
No,
isn't, you
no.
idiot.
Usually bring
Well,
your own
dogs
food.
love ass, and caviar is kind of an ass thing.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Can somebody give me a legitimate reason why doggy daycare is a thing?
So I know a lot of people that live in apartments that will bring their dogs to these places because, again, like they don't get out and walking them all that often.
Okay.
So it's healthier for the dog.
Hey, if you were single with your dog,
Yeah.
this would be perfect for you.
Yeah.
Because you're up early.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I guess you couldn't do
It'd
it.
be tough. It is tough with our schedule, but
Yeah. Question.
What's that?
Because you brought up apartments. That's a great point, Ken.
Yeah.
Great point. If you live in an apartment, why'd you get a dog?
Companionship.
why can't you
yeah?
have a pet if you live in an apartment?
Companionship? You mean that thing you drop off to hang out with other people longer than you do during the day?
But that's life. I mean,
That's how you
it
bucked
go-
it.
because I know these are big in New York City,
Yeah.
and A lot of people own dogs in New York City because they're single, they're lonely, and that's what they got.
Okay, fair enough.
And most people live in apartments, so you don't have a choice.
Yeah, most people don't have sprawling estates out there in South Henrietta.
South Henrietta. Look, to Kimmy's point, don't get me wrong. I hope this business is successful.
Yeah, you seem to be pulling for it quite well.
And if there are people...
When's your appearance there? What are you doing here, idiot? What? It's not your kid, man.
Okay.
So I know somebody that tried to get into one of these places and got put on a waiting list.
You're kidding me.
I'm not
There's
kidding
a waiting
you.
list
you
for
got it.
dog
Yeah, and by the way,
daycare.
there's an interview
What?
process.
No, there isn't.
Yeah,
Shut up.
There is.
To an extent, they come in and they bring your dog around to see how they socialize with other dogs.
Oh, yeah, I heard. I talked to a dog who went through one of these things. You know what he said his experience was like?
What?
Rough.
I know a couple who sent their dog to one of these places and the dog got sent home for humping too much.
Man.
And I'm
That's
not
why
kidding.
Tommy got sent home from daycare, too. This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. The idea of a doggy daycare is ridiculous. And look, here's the thing. If you just wanted a place for them to go, that's fine. But apparently that's not enough. I would like to read you a quote from this Business Central Barks website.
So there's like things I can sign up for?
Well, I'm just going to read your quote. You ready? Quote. Our comprehensive approach to your dog's well-being places their health and happiness in the forefront. We refer to it as enrichment doggy daycare.
Yes.
There are kids' daycares that don't have that kind of sales pitch.
And then maybe we should in this country.
Do you guys know that there are doggy daycares that have buses that will come pick up your dog to go to daycare? Were you guys aware of that?
How sweet is that?
So I've seen this online, but is that a real thing or is that
It's a
because
thing.
I've never
I don't-
seen it before?
I don't know if there's one
Dog
locally,
bus?
Yeah.
but they exist. So here's what's really bothering me.
What's that?
All right. Daycare for human beings is ridiculously expensive.
Yeah.
There are people that work jobs just to cover the expense of their kids' daycare. We talked last month about how stay-at-home moms in America have skyrocketed because of the cost of childcare, right? They've decided that staying home with their kid is more economical because daycare is so expensive. This is an expense that folks with children did not see coming because when they had their kids, this was not as big an issue.
Yeah.
So to see dog owners who don't need this go out of their way to pay money while folks with kids are struggling to cover that same bill
But
that
that's the
doesn't make you scratch
side-by-side
your head.
thing.
It is. It's unnecessary.
What are you talking about?
But if I stopped taking on everybody else's problems, I wouldn't do a goddamn thing.
No, it's not about. It's all about me. I'm the one with the dog.
The person bringing their dog to a doggy daycare doesn't affect somebody that can't find childcare.
Yeah, that's a great point.
How is that a
They're not gonna
comparison?
They're not going to convert it to childcare.
The comparison.
They're not going to put those kids in those stalls. They don't deserve it.
Bro,
Where they
childcare is
talk
so,
back to their mothers.
childcare is so expensive. I think there are at least a handful of parents listening right now.
Drop
where
it
if-
off at the stall.
Yeah, if they were like $80 a day, you put your kid in a cage and be like,
Because I told you, we just did a little tour of kennels.
sure.
Because we have a second grandchild coming, and we're going to have to go back to Chicago.
Yep.
So we got to find a little place for Lily. So we went and to multiple kennels to see which ones we like to drop her off. And we had questions, and they wanted to see the dog. It was like dropping your kid off at like boarding school.
No, see, it wasn't because my kid is a kid. my
Okay,
kid
but
is a
his
human being.
wife raised kids, and she still thinks it's appropriate to go do this.
So this one we're gonna take the dog to. You're gonna hate this.
No, here we go. Can we buckle up?
Are you ready?
What?
Yeah,
I
let's
don't
go.
care.
All
I'm on board.
She gets her own little room.
Okay.
With the bedding and all, and we bring the bedding and all that stuff. Bring your food if they got the food. Then there's recreational activities where they go outside and they keep the breeds to the size, and then they take them through trails.
Dog walks.
The counselors take the dogs through the trail, and then they bathe them, put them to bed, the whole thing.
Did you call them counselors?
Yeah, that's
Did
what they
you
call
just say
themselves.
the word counselors?
What else would you call them?
People who work with dogs.
It's easier to just say counselor.
No, it's not because counselor implies.
It's like a camp. There's canoeing. She's gonna learn how to like rope and ride. But here's the best part: in the stall,
What?
camera.
No. So you can look at your dog. You can't,
That's the thing.
you know what your dog looks like, right?
No, see how she's doing.
What do you
Check
mean?
on her.
How would you know how she's doing? She's not going to look up at the camera and be like,
You don't
"Get
think
me
I'm
outta
gonna
here."
look?
Well, people have home cameras. What's the difference?
Right. So if we're on in Chicago seeing the grandbaby, we can log in and see what she's doing.
Can I
And
ask
by
you-
the way, that's 24/7.
Can I
No extra charge.
can I ask you what it costs a day? Did you find out?
I think the base is, I want to say $60.
Oh, that's way less than I thought. It was.
But but hold on, that's just base.
Oh,
So it's probably going to be more.
do you get a counselor with $60?
You get the nature trail and you get to.
council?
But I'm going to say we're going to clock in around 100 a day,
252 WCMF.
which is cheaper than Holiday Inn.
252-9263. We're talking about a brand new doggy daycare that just opened up in Henrietta. It's really fancy looking, high, and it's not the only one.
There's spas, man.
There are a ton of these places where people will leave their dogs for the day to be watched like children when you don't have to do that, because up until like 2018, we decided dogs are okay at home because they can't hurt themselves. And here's what I'm saying.
What's that?
Maybe it's time we all take a step back, because there are so many unnecessary businesses for our dogs that have popped up over the last.
But isn't it good for the
It's fun.
It's
Fun
great for
for
the
everybody.
economy. It grows businesses.
Okay.
I mean, it's nice to see somebody comes up with an idea and they can make a little bank.
You guys are both suckers. You're a couple
I don't
of
care.
dog
I like to spend money on my
suckers.
dog. I like
But
to
we're
see-
all suckers. Everybody that steps out with
Don't
their
you
money
have-
is a sucker.
Don't you have an entire bedroom in your house with jerseys that you've forgotten about?
They're in my basement now.
I bet you've invested more in that than I will invest in any dog in my entire lifetime.
You're wearing a jersey right now.
wearing a
For some
sweatshirt.
reason, it has like a medal on
I'm
it.
wearing a sweatshirt. And it's
No,
got the
what is that
NHL logo.
medal?
What do you guys?
Oh, I know.
You guys know.
I know
had
what
a
medal
point.
that is.
What?
That's the sucker medal for the NHL. A league that can't draw flies.
What does that have
And
to
you
do
go-
with dogs?
Because you went down to the sucker store and bought that jersey.
I did
Well,
go down
my
to the sucker
point
store,
was-
but only because your mom was working from 5 to 9. Sucker.
Aside from the sucker store, my point is, you invest in things that are pointless, but you like them,
Right.
and that's your hobby, and that's what you like to do.
So-
I like to invest in my dog.
So your hobby is sending your dog to daycare?
Yeah.
Look,
Well,
or
this-
buying stuff for him that's unnecessary.
I mean, what do we do with the dog when we go on vacation? We had to do something with the dog.
that
so,
I understand. The dog's got to eat. The dog's got
right,
to live.
and I
The dog's
need
got
a
to
camera to watch them, and they need a nature trail.
They don't need that.
And they need a counselor. By the way, they also get daily baths.
Okay,
Little extra for that.
but you're willing to spend that
Why don't
coin.
want her tracking in and out of her room?
When you see something
Say something.
that is being offered for sale for your dog,
Yeah.
you need to ask yourself.
What is it?
You got to ask yourself, what is the worst thing that happens if I don't pay for this for my dog?
Like a toy or something.
Well, okay, let me put it this way. Like, we do this with kids, right? Like, if I don't pay for daycare for my kids and I leave the house, they could be hurt and I could be arrested.
you're going to jail.
If I only serve my kids junk food, which is less expensive, they will be unhealthy, right? And that will affect them for the rest
Social
of their lives.
service will go.
Yeah. If I don't take them out to spend time with their friends, they won't learn social intelligence, and that will hurt them when they grow
Yes.
up. They won't be able to find jobs the right way. They won't be able to have interactions with other human beings. See, if any of those things I just named you didn't do for your dog, you know what would happen? They'd just keep being dogs. They'd
That's
still
not
be a
true.
dog.
My dog is like way more mellow and calm when he goes to like a place like that. Like he's more content.
Okay.
He behaves better when he gets all his energy out.
You don't think maybe? Because Tommy has this theory. Tommy has this theory that when people pay for something that is unnecessary, that even if it's a stupid idea, they will find a way to justify it in their own heads.
That is true.
Right? Like when you go on a crappy vacation, it's always great. You don't think, Kimmy, maybe you got a little bit of that going on with you right now?
I don't care.
My dog looks content.
He is.
And don't forget, she almost lost her dog for good.
True.
And
Yeah.
if she would have had it in a daycare, that wouldn't have happened.
You're right.
Boom.
Yeah. You sure?
I don't know. If you pay for it, maybe.
Folks have been waiting patiently. I'm sorry. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Bob. Hey, Bobo, what's up, buddy?
Hey, I just want to make a quick comment maybe on the issue here.
Okay.
It seems like obviously you're not pretty much a dog lover. You're just a dog owner, like you said.
Okay.
You're not a pet owner. You just see a dog as an object, whereas a lot of other people see their dog as a family member, and this is what they would want to do with them.
Sure.
And as far as like an unnecessary business, you don't need a restaurant either. You could cook your own food at home.
You're right. You're absolutely right. So, Bob, let's go back to the whole seeing a dog as an object versus a member of the family. You got a dog, Bob?
I have 3.
You got 3
I've had
dogs?
8 over. Yep.
All right,
Three blessings.
Where'd you get those dogs from?
Shelters. We
Okay.
don't buy from a breeder.
Okay, no, that's great. You shelter the dogs. But see, here's the thing. And, Bob, I don't want this to happen, buddy. Because, you seem like a really nice guy. And I
Well,
get the
what
point you're coming
happened?
from. But, at some point, Bob, your dogs are going to pass away. Everybody, death is a part of life, right? And if you decided you want another dog, you could go to a shelter and adopt another dog.
Yeah.
You
And we've done
can't.
that numerous.
What's that?
Saved the lives. We've done that numerous. We've had 8 dogs, and we've done that to save the lives of the dogs.
No, you're proving my point, right? Because like a dog, as much as you see it as a member of the family, is an object. Because you married, Bob?
Yes.
Okay, if your house is on fire.
You're not going to win this argument.
If your house is on fire,
You're
don't
not
ask
gonna
Tommy
win.
the same question. No, because you guys don't want to lie
No,
to yourselves.
but
If
every
your
dog-
house is on fire and your wife and dog, you can only save one. Who are you saving?
Well, I would save my wife.
Depends on what day it is.
See, Bob, you don't strike me as a married man. You strike me as a wife owner.
Yeah. Yeah. No. Well, I think you're making good radio out of this because I don't think that your heart is in the place that you're actually.
He doesn't believe you're a bad person.
How many times do we have to have this discussion? I 100% agree with what I'm saying. But Bob, thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
I would obviously save my wife,
Mm-hmm.
and it would save the dog, and then I would burn up in the fire.
Okay, I love
He
it.
would
Because
sacrifice
I don't want to
himself.
face my wife that I didn't get the dog out.
Like, if there is 2 family members in your house and you can only save one, like human people, there's now a legitimate debate to be had. What do I do? Right? That is a panicked, awful situation. If your dog and any other family members in that house, there is no debate.
You gotta
And
get
that
the people
ends-
out first.
Yes, so that ends the discussion of, well,
Yeah, there is yes, there is a pecking order in the family, but they are in that pecking order.
way on the bottom, at the end.
Uh,
At the end. Okay, let me ask you this.
extended relatives,
Let me ask you this.
mother-in-law.
Yes, I have to
dog.
save my mother-in-law. I
Do
have
I?
to.
Are you sure?
What if I go in and I fake it? I come back out with the dog and I tried.
All right, I'll ask you one more
I
question.
tugged and I tried.
You're right, because those people are connected. I'll ask you one more question, then we'll move
She
on.
said, "Tommy, take the dog."
She said, Tommy, take
Take
the
the dog.
dog. Because, look, I may be off base here. Maybe I'm wrong.
Sure, good.
So let's say, Tommy, there's a fire at your house. Your wife's out safe. The dog's inside. Fire's blazing. God forbid this happens. I don't want this to happen. Firefighter's there, and you're like, oh, my God, the dog's inside. The dog's inside. And the firefighter goes, it's too dangerous. I can't risk sending any of our people in there. They could get hurt. Would you be upset with the firefighter?
No, I mean the house is going up.
Oh, well, but the dog, you can see the dog in the window. Help me, Thomas. Help me, Daddy. Papa. Papa. It's right there.
So like break a window and get her out.
Well, look, the firefighter said they can't go in. It's too
I'd
dangerous.
have to.
Oh, I'm not asking if you do it because you wouldn't. You're a coward. And
I'd
that's
have
just it.
to.
You wouldn't even go back in that house, you puss-ass coward-ass
Some
bitch.
people would.
I would do it. There's more dogs I would do it for than people.
All right, let's take a break. The eclipse is right around the corner.
Thank God, this goddamn thing.
You were excited about it until everyone else was like, this sucks. And now you're like, oh, I'm with them now.
It's a news story every night. They got to show me the pad.
Lot going on.
It is getting ridiculous. You're right.
It's one of those things where I guess I didn't realize how long people have been planning for this.
Yeah.
Kimmy, did you see the number of people they're expecting in this story on
Okay,
13 Wham
it's
last
getting out of control. This ain't. They're talking.
But I would think like the closer to the event, the more accurate those numbers would be.
But they're talking Woodstock numbers.
We'll tell you what the one local tourism group in Rochester believes
Thinks will show up.
Yes, the amount of people that will be here in Rochester. And we'll do it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Kimmy, this can't be right. This many people?
It's insane. The number is ridiculous.
But I mean, they have.
I guess it's okay. It's better to overestimate than underestimate.
This is insane because this many people have never shown up in this town ever.
But this has never happened in this town.
But here's
ever.
the thing: it's not just. If it was just going to be here, I would go,
right.
yeah. This thing goes from like Dallas to here.
I understand, but there's 330 million people in this country.
But they're not all going to even attempt to care about this.
You're hanging out in the Breaker Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Story on 13 Wham last night. You touched on it coming in. There is an eclipse story every night on every channel on the news, and we're still like 6 weeks away from it. But there was one number that was very interesting because we told you yesterday that the Hyatt downtown, the hotel, I believe it's a Hyatt, it's been sold out for 2 years in anticipation of this event.
Yeah.
That suburban middle-of-the-road hotel chains are getting $1,000 a night.
That's more than New York.
Yes, yeah. And yesterday, a spokesperson for Visit Rochester, which is like a tourism group.
Oh, yeah, it's one of your top sites.
Oh, yeah. They say they are expecting 300 to 500,000
500,000 people, bro,
to come into Rochester for this event.
You couldn't, if that was even true, you couldn't get them in here.
So just for context, the population of the city of Rochester is around 210,000 people. So they are saying this one event could over double the amount of people. I mean, like, would bring in over double.
Yeah.
It would bring the city to a halt.
So
because you couldn't move.
Well, it's not. I guess it wouldn't just be the city, though, right? It'd be
Suburb
like
stakes,
But still,
the
spread it
suburbs.
around. You couldn't move. You couldn't find a parking space.
Well, you bring that up. I mean, there's been several stories where police departments across the area have said, if you have nothing to do that day, don't leave the house.
Did they say that they've been planning for this traffic for like 2.5 years?
But you can't plan for this. You don't have the infrastructure,
God.
bro.
Do you hear yourself right now? You can't plan for this. You don't have the infrastructure. Tommy Muley, one of my side hobbies is highway design.
You're gonna have people bathing in a river.
There are stories from other cities where this has happened before, where there's gridlock traffic for hours after it's done when people are trying to leave. It's not
300,000 and
unprecedented.
500,000 people, man. That's bigger than Woodstock.
It's not unprecedented. Are you sure it's bigger than Woodstock?
Yeah, Woodstock didn't have 500. They have a half.
Google.
Yeah,
Google.
500,000 strong. You're right. I'm listening to the song. Okay.
Well, by the way, the song is not fact. It doesn't mean it has to be factual.
You're going to tell me Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young did not do their research? They sound like an accounting firm.
Bob Dylan.
400,000.
Okay, could have gotten sued for the hurricane.
Look how many people are in here, baby.
I mean,
there's no way.
look, I know it sounds insane, but I don't have any point of reference to say
But
it's
it
not.
also sounds like it also sounds like this is a disaster waiting to happen.
Oh my God.
When this
But
many
that's
people
why they're trying to plan for it, right?
But how do
they're
you
doing their
plan?
best.
You can't stop people from driving to your city.
No, what she's saying is police departments months ahead of time have gotten
Figure
out
out
and
traffic
said,
patterns.
well, not only are they doing that, they're telling people, like, look, people are going to be here. It's going to be slammed.
You're going to be overwhelmed.
You know, it's funny.
Don't expect that you can just show up somewhere that day. Like if you have, an appointment.
No, because the system's going to collapse.
Kimmy, it's funny as we talk about a local tourism group expecting 300 to 500,000 people to come into Rochester, the greater Rochester area, for this eclipse event. Schools won't be going that day. And we assume that schools gave kids the day off to watch the event. It's possible schools now gave kids the day off so they could
Don't have
get
to worry
home.
about it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because you can't move. Right? You're getting the buses around.
It's going to happen right around when school would be ending, right?
Yeah.
So how would you get these kids home?
Okay, let me tell you this, okay? So Bill's camp comes to Pittsford every year for a couple of weeks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And people in Pittsburgh lose their minds every day. This is like training camp if every sports franchise on the planet decided to come to this town.
Yeah.
Yeah. But who's to say it's not true?
It's going to be interesting, I guess, to see
I think
how
it's gonna
our
suck.
city handles it all.
It's going to put a sour taste in your mouth for the sky. Because you're not going to, your quality of life is going to go down.
I guess you don't have to be inconvenienced if you don't want to be. Just don't go anywhere that day.
That's an inconvenience if you have to go somewhere.
Where
But
are
I
you
mean,
going?
yeah, what else did
I
you
got
have
things.
to do?
You
I
ain't
got a lot
got
of stuff
nothing.
going.
What are you taking? You got to go pick up your dog from doggy daycare?
Well, how are you going to do it with two little ones?
What are you talking about?
You're screwed.
What do you mean?
You got everything going on every day.
Off a hockey season and the kids will be out of school. So
Yeah,
we'll
but
be
your
fine.
days, even when you're done, you're not done. You know that.
I ain't leaving. I ain't leaving the house. That's my plan. I'll go out on my deck and I'll look up.
All right.
And I got to get some of those glasses so I don't burn my eyeballs out.
There's going to be people in your yard.
Okay.
I don't want people in my yard.
I wonder how many people will set up something like that.
Like
in their
charge people
yard?
to sit in their backyard. Well, I don't know. Like, look, if
You
I
need
got
a yard? You can use mine.
if I got a good shot from my yard, you'd be stupid not to charge people to sit in your backyard.
But people
Wide
park
open.
and pay.
Yeah, why not?
All right.
Make a little money on the side.
I think you know what's gonna happen.
Don't touch
Like
my snacks.
got people like Tommy, right? If this all goes down and it's, let's just say it's half the amount that they're expecting to
That's
come
still
into town.
too much.
See, they got everybody everybody stayed home. Everybody planned for all these people coming in, and nobody showed up. See, they were wrong.
No, she's right. Angry people.
You're gonna be angry either way.
Yes, you're already preparing your anger. Either, oh my God, I can't believe this many people showed up, and how did they not plan for this? Or, dude, got us all worried.
Yeah.
Well, that's why it's always going to be always angry. You're never disappointed.
All right, let's take a break. Well, you brought up the Bills being in Pittsburgh for training camp. Right. That's the next time we're going to see the Bills like in person.
Yeah.
Season's over.
There's nothing going on right now.
It's dry NFL time. Well, the Bills may be in court soon.
What the hell they do?
There is a woman who says the Bills owe her for what she went through at a game she attended about a month ago.
What happened to her?
Well, she says that the Bills were irresponsible in doing this, that she was very hurt, and it was all their fault.
Like physically?
Yes. And this woman may have a point.
Mm-hmm.
There are also Bills fans that are saying this woman is being a crybaby. Because when you go to a Bills game, there are certain expectations.
Of jackassery?
Well, here's the thing. This isn't even really the jackassery you're thinking about.
Oh.
Like, of all the ways you could be hurt in the Bills game or in a parking lot or something like that, you wouldn't think it's going to be this. And
so you don't think she's going to win?
I don't know.
All right.
But we'll let you decide.
Ooh.
In the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are some places where you go where you know the chance of injury is higher than others.
Oh, sure.
And what we need to figure out here is if this is one of those places, because, Tommy, we can assume this woman paid a bunch of money, bundled up, and left the house that day to enjoy a good time.
Oh, yeah.
And she says, because of the negligence of this billion-dollar business, she ended up in the hospital.
It's really that bad, huh?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. A story that popped late last week, but we haven't had a chance to get to it.
What happened?
A woman is suing the Buffalo Bills over what she says was them not doing their job to keep fans safe a couple of weeks ago. The woman, who is unnamed in the story on News 8, says that she went to the January 15th playoff game against the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Okay.
That was the game that was moved back a day because of that snowstorm.
Oh,
Right,
yeah,
right.
yeah.
So she says she was in the second row of a middle section when the Bills scored a fourth quarter touchdown. And because of that,
Nice spot.
great seats.
Yeah.
Until, Kimmy,
Yeah.
fans went nuts.
Okay.
She said she fell forward because of the high packed snow and players jumping into the stands. She says because the Bills weren't able to get the snow out of the stadium, they were negligent, careless, and reckless, which caused her injury. Now, we don't know what the injury was.
So she fell forward
This is what she says.
because she couldn't really sit in her seat because of the snow.
It just says the snow caused her to fall forward.
All right.
Piles of snow.
But they kind of warned everybody about this. I know prior to the game, they said, like, don't expect like, they said wear proper clothing. You're going to be sitting in snow.
Okay, there's a difference between wear proper clothing and
Losing your
the snow
footing.
could cause you to get hurt.
Well, you could lose your footing, yeah.
Now, here's the thing. We don't know her age, which I think would change the opinion of a lot of people listening
Could,
to
yeah.
the show. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, does this woman have a point?
Doesn't sound like it.
Oh, no?
No.
Really?
I mean, if you looked at the situation, I looked at that and go, I'm not sitting in that. Why would I want to sit in that?
I mean-
and it looks slippery. It's cold. You're going to be sitting in snow.
Well, you did see people because you couldn't walk on the stairs. You saw people like scooting down the stairs on their butts. I mean, it just kind of seemed like it was inconvenient for everybody. But
And you know what you're getting into, and I'm guessing in the back of that ticket or however you get your ticket,
Sure.
there's always that long disclaimer of stuff that they're not responsible for, you at your own risk.
Oh, she says this is not something that could happen normally. She says it's negligence. This is not a football that hits me in the
Snow?
face. Negligent. Well, they didn't clear the snow. They're expecting all these people. You need to have a safe environment for fans to be there in this environment.
Well,
in
your
fact,
ass got to your seat. How'd you get to your seat, man?
Man.
You take a burrow? I mean, I don't think she's got a lawsuit. And there's no way the Bills are going to crush this chick because they're not going to want to pay for every little
It sounds like
BS
you're
injury.
cheering against her.
Huh?
Are you cheering against her?
I am.
Why?
Because, man, like, this is what you want. You want this play in the elements.
Okay.
You know, but let's get them up here in our weather and see what they got. Oh, I got hurt. Everybody got excited and I slipped.
Well, we don't know how hurt this woman is. She could be really hurt.
But I
Really
also
hurt?
wonder
She
if
could
it's.
be.
Would you fall out of the stadium,
You
lady?
hit your head. You break an
Oh,
eye.
yeah.
You could break things. I don't know. Kimmy, you were saying.
I mean, whenever take even the snow out of it. When you see these celebrations, like I've seen fans like fall on other fans, especially when like those players jump into the stands. So, I mean, it's kind of something that
It's a party.
Is it the stadium's fault? Is it the other fans' fault? Like, who's directly responsible really for the injury? Because
And
it
they
may
can't
not
control
just
the
be
fans.
the snow. It could be a combo of things in an element where you. Unless this is your first game, you kind of know the risks.
Okay, so there's two ways to look at this. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With this woman suing the Bills, saying that the stadium was unsafe. There was too much snow in that Steelers game. She had second-row seats. Well, a fourth-quarter touchdown caused everyone to freak out, which made her fall forward because of the packed snow. There's the normal way to look, which is the Bills do have to make sure the stadium's safe for everyone. That opening that place up with the snow and ice all over the place was dangerous, and they shouldn't do it if they can't guarantee people won't get hurt. Because, Tommy, you would expect Wegmans or the mall or the town hall to not open if there is the risk that something seriously dangerous could happen. And that argument would be an open and shut case, right? Like this woman, Tommy, spent a ton of money to go to the game, we assume. She should be guaranteed that the place she goes isn't going to injure her.
But she only got injured during a celebration,
Okay.
which the team has no control over. That's the people around you.
Okay.
So if I go to Wegmans and somebody gets so excited that they push me and I fall down, that's not on Wegmans. That's on the person that pushed me.
Here's the difference. She says the snow is what contributed that the Bills didn't get rid of. So it would be like you going to Wegmans, someone celebrating in Wegmans, and because Wegmans left a giant pallet of toilet paper just in the middle of the aisle, you couldn't get away from the celebration, and your big old melon head got cracked open. And everyone started celebrating more because you were bleeding on the floor out of your head. I mean, look, I'm with you guys. There is an expectation when you go to a Bills game.
Stay home, lady.
The weather is a factor. People are going to lose their mind when something happens. Yes, all of these things. And if these were things you were concerned about, maybe you shouldn't go to the game.
Stay home.
And we all saw what the stadium looked like. You're right. They said some sections wouldn't be clear. The game had already been moved. So I think you can also make the argument that this woman should have been aware of at minimum.
It's like swim at your own risk, right?
But it doesn't say cheer at your own risk.
Well, it kind of does.
Okay. But then again, if it was swim at your own risk, and oh, by the way, when you go to get out of the pool, there's a giant wall that keeps you from getting up the ladder.
I think what also contributes to it is the higher the ticket price, which I'm guessing she probably paid a decent amount for those tickets.
In an expensive seat.
Yeah, second row would say.
Yeah.
I could see the more likely somebody would be to make this argument.
Okay. Yeah, those were probably hundreds of dollars.
I would think.
So, like, the amazing part of the story is how it happened, because Kimmy brought it up. If you go back and watch clips from that game, those stairs were a death trap.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
There's no reports of anyone falling down the stairs. People were throwing snowballs the whole game. There's no reports of fans getting injured by snow or ice.
So does she have to be removed by paramedics?
So I don't know. Again, I said hospital. I feel like I saw that somewhere, but now that I'm looking for the story, I can't find it.
Well, she could have felt something and taken herself to the hospital.
Also possible.
But if there's no paramedics involved, did she stay for the whole game?
I don't know.
That's a great question.
I don't know.
That would be interesting to know.
Because stay for the whole game, lady.
Can I tell you a story?
Because you wanted to be on TV. What?
I accidentally gave my mother a concussion at a Bills game when I was like 17. Have I told this story?
I think you
poor
did.
Mom.
So
no kidding.
It was my brother and my dad. It was the whole family. We were there, front row. It was Bills, Broncos, and I remember this like it was yesterday. Terrence McGee takes the opening kickoff. My dad's got front row seats in the end zone underneath the jumbotron, and he's coming back, and he's going to take it to the house. And
right, and you're watching this coming right at you.
Yeah, and I'm sitting next to my mother, and Terrence McGee is literally coming right at me. And here we go, and I throw my hands up in excitement, and I blasted my poor 5'2" mother in the face with my elbow. Like, you know when you hit a baseball and you feel the bat go through the ball?
Oh, Jesus.
That's what I did to her face. Complete accident. And she flies back, and she's in tears immediately. Terrence McGee doesn't even score. He gets knocked out at like the 13th. Thanks a lot, Terrence. My mother, without question, had a concussion.
Yeah.
Without question. And she sat the rest of that game because there was no way my dad was leaving that game with the rest of the family. There was no way.
God.
She sat there and watched the rest of the game. So when you say if you sat and watched the rest of the game, there's no way you're hurt. I disagree based on the time I concussed my poor mother.
Well, I hope this woman had a better life than your mom's.
It's also amazing that, Kimmy, this doesn't happen more often. The injuries from celebrations, because when something big happens, that stadium goes nuts, and I'm as guilty as anyone.
You can feel the stadium move, I bet.
Yeah, well, look, Kimmy, you got people drunkenly jumping up and down. You are violently high-fiving people and missing all over the place. There are always people falling on top of me from rows behind.
I was going to say, kind of like a domino effect, because you're always shoulder to shoulder with the people around you.
Yeah.
So it only takes like one person to even just lose their balance for you to get thrown off.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
But it's funny. I've been going to the stadium since I was 4.
Yeah.
I am 37 years old. I take my girls to these games when the weather's nice. I got a mortgage. It had never until this story crossed my mind that, wait a minute, when all of us are drunkenly jumping around and slapping each other, that this could get dangerous.
And you elbowed your mother and you didn't think about that.
Straight up concussed her.
Yeah.
Straight up. She missed 2 games due to protocol. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Again, this woman suing the Bills after being at the Steelers playoff game. She says the snow was packed in and piled up during a celebration of a touchdown in the fourth quarter. She was pushed forward, injured herself. She is now suing the Bills, saying they were negligent not cleaning that snow out.
So wait, so she's saying she was pushed?
She said that in the
celebration.
She got caught
and
up
then
in
she
the
lost her
celebration.
footing because of the snow.
somebody from behind pushed her.
I mean, what does she think she's going to get out of this?
Money, that would be the goal.
Right. I mean, she's looking at deep pockets, right?
Okay, but she may have medical bills. We don't know what kind of
right.
situation she's in.
Yeah.
She could be really hurt.
Maybe she can't celebrate anymore.
I want to know, if you go through this whole process, are you allowed to go back to the stadium?
Well, what, the Bills are going to ban you?
They're not. They're not going to ban you, but wouldn't you feel kind of funny after having that experience going back for more?
Oh, that's a good question. It's a good question.
Kind of makes your argument a little weak.
Well, no, because you could go to a game that's nice and sunny where there's
Oh,
nothing.
you got
the
hurt there
Bills have
too,
done.
bro. Sun gets in your eyes.
Brett writes on Facebook, if they had built a dome, this wouldn't be a problem. She sues and wins big. A few years ago, I bet they put a dome on the new place to keep this from happening again. Okay, first off, new stadium isn't ready, so she still would have gotten hurt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second, I don't think one person's lawsuit is going to have the state and team spend an extra $500 million to put a roof on the new place, right? And the roof takes away from the ambiance of the Bills, so I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Laura, let's get a lady's take.
All right, good.
Usually the women that write the show are softer and take a more gentle approach.
Yeah.
Laura writes, this woman is a crybaby, and she should have known stuff like this can happen. She is giving all Bills fans a bad name. We also don't know she's a Bills fan, by the way.
Oh, yeah, she could have been just...
Great point.
Wait, does that change your opinion of her?
Well,
if she's
no,
a
but
Steelers fan?
I could see being completely oblivious to the chaos.
to the atmosphere.
Okay. Because, Steelers fans
Yeah.
travel really well. It's
Yeah.
right down the road. The snow had been cleared at that point. That would be an interesting argument. If she
Yeah.
came from Pittsburgh and had no idea what the environment
Yeah.
The
inside.
behavior of Western New York.
Right.
Well, it's different. I've been
Especially in that spot. Yeah.
It's rough.
I've been to other stadiums on the road. Like, most of them don't get as crazy as Bills fans
Yeah.
do
And
inside
you're
the
going to
stadium.
be extra pissed about people bumping into you to celebrate.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Also, if
Yeah.
she came from Pittsburgh, you're right, Kimmy, she wouldn't have had the wall-to-wall coverage of what the stadium looked like in the
Okay.
inside.
If she wasn't out of town.
Yeah, if she came from Pittsburgh.
Right.
Why are you cheering against a woman that may really be hurt for something that she may actually have a point about?
Even if she's really hurt, I don't think it's the Bills' fault.
Okay.
I just think this is the way things go sometimes.
I just feel it's weird that you're like vehemently defending the stadium and the fans and the franchise, which, hey, I'm cool with. I'm a Bills fan. When the single experience you had inside that stadium with your wife, you came in after
Oh, I was miserable.
and freaked out.
I was miserable.
A bunch of drunken idiots at the stadium. You're all a bunch of clowns. How do they let these things happen?
3 arrests in my section, man.
Okay, like you were bitching and moaning the whole time, and now you're gonna go pro inside the stadium?
But I knew what I was getting into. Based because I've known you for years, we've been associated with the Bills. I've heard all the horror stories. I kind of knew what was coming. I didn't know all of it was going to be in my section.
Well, you picked the worst spot. When you told me where you got tickets, I was like, well, okay.
I didn't know. I didn't buy the ticket.
I
Look
could
at you.
see
Not
him.
me, not my fault.
I could see you hurting yourself just because you didn't wear the right shoes.
I got a blister.
I was dressed nice. I had my nice miniature trousers on.
And it gets really hot, it gets really loud up in that area, and I know how sensitive your ears are.
Why? What was going on there?
Because when it gets really loud, you'll start to hoot.
Tell me everybody wants to be happy.
Not in this room. Where do you go?
Well, some people do go to work to be happy.
Okay, yeah.
You know, people find a lot of pride in their job.
Yeah.
But it turns out there's a way you can ensure that you will be happier at your job.
Okay.
And it takes a little bit of a risk, but these people far and away, every single time, say they are happier going to work day by day.
Damn.
And we'll tell you how you could be that person.
Okay.
No one in this room can do it.
Yeah.
We don't have this talent.
No.
But you might.
Okay.
Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We all dream of hopping out of bed every morning and being excited to go to work.
Sure.
But how many people are excited for their jobs?
It's got to be low.
Hell, how many people are even satisfied with their jobs? Well, we actually have the answer in front of us.
Oh, wow. Hard data.
And it turns out, Tommy, there's an easy way to be more satisfied going to work every morning.
So not changing your job, same job, but I'm going to be happy.
Nope, you may have to change your job.
Oh.
The only issue is, if you want to be satisfied, it's going to take a ton more work.
Work is always fun.
And you'll have to take a ton more risk.
Risk is always fun.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 8:45-ish.
Yeah, what?
Yesterday, for the first time in 50 years.
50 years.
Or, I'm sorry, 50 years since we did it the first time.
The last time we did it was 50 years ago.
Was it?
Yeah.
No.
That's what
Not
they
the first
said.
time. The last time we did
Was 50 years ago?
Yeah.
We landed on the moon.
Yeah.
And someone in this room is not impressed.
Well, it's not that I'm not impressed. I just thought like it would work better.
She's kind of right.
Are you guys
I
serious?
mean, I would think like the technology in 50 years.
Okay.
I mean, you did it better before,
We'll
man.
get to it just after
Are
8:45.
they still using the same scientists or something?
Here in the break room on CMF. So, Tommy,
Yeah.
just over half of Americans, 51%, say they are at least satisfied with their job.
That's higher than I thought.
So they say they make enough money, they are valued enough at work, and that's not the worst thing ever, right?
Okay, well, that's good.
Which means just about the other half of Americans feel
Pissed off.
less than satisfied.
Yeah.
And maybe you are one of those people listening to us right now. Well, if you want to change that, there is a very easy way to do it.
Great. What would I do?
Work for yourself.
Be my own boss.
Over 6 in 10 Americans who are self-employed say they are satisfied with their job, a full 10% more. And it actually goes further than that. Well, why are you laughing?
No, it's just that there's 30% that aren't satisfied with their own.
Yeah, 40% that they work for themselves.
My own decision.
Yeah.
So they say 65% of people who work for themselves say their job is enjoyable compared to 50% who work for someone else. 65% of self-employed people say their job is fulfilling compared to 47% of the other side. And folks who are self-employed are half as likely to say their job is stressful and less than half as likely to say their job is overwhelming than their working for someone else counterparts. And it seems, based on these numbers, Tommy, the key to being happy at work, at least according to this, is working for yourself. Do you believe any of this?
So when you say working for yourself, you don't mean alone. You're talking like I own a company.
I think you own a business, you own a company. It
Okay.
could be alone too. I mean,
Okay.
but I don't think it's not like by yourself. I'm saying
Okay.
you
all
are
right,
your
all right, all
own
right. It's like my
boss.
dad. My
Gotcha.
dad
Yeah.
owned his own businesses.
You got it.
And the pressure, I can only tell you this, and no joking around, the watching him and the pressure he was under constantly
Okay.
made it look like owning things sucked because it was constant.
You're the one responsible.
It all falls,
Right or-
especially
yeah,
if you're a
good or
small,
bad.
because he was a small businessman, right?
Sure.
So
He was one of those 1960s small business millionaires.
he did it good. He did it good. Yeah.
One of the tiny,
did it good.
One of the tiny 1960s multi-million-dollar businesses.
He wasn't that rich, bro.
No, he wasn't.
Bro, we had a butler and a maid.
You literally said yesterday, I thought everyone at 10 had a closet full of suits. But go on. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
But like the pressure is on him.
Okay.
Like it all falls in your lap. So I can't imagine like anything that goes wrong, it's you.
Look, I'm with you. I would think the stress.
And you get everybody's problems like you didn't pay me enough, my bonus wasn't right, all that stuff.
I get it. I look, I'm with you when I see these numbers. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If you do work for yourself, if you've had a job in the past where you worked for someone else, you moved, if you worked for yourself in the past and now work for someone else, do these numbers check out? Are you more satisfied working for yourself than you were working for somebody else?
Because you're hustling your ass off, man.
You are, and you're right. There's no safety net. You are the
But
safety
you are
net.
doing what you love. Like my father didn't get into. I will say this: my father didn't start businesses because that was his passion.
He was in the publishing game. What a douche.
Right. He was just a really good salesman.
Okay.
So he always said I could work anywhere. I don't care what the product is. Just give it to me. I'll sell it.
Okay.
So in
What
that
a
respect,
scumbag.
he was. But he'd lie his ass off. But I remember one time in particular, they sent this guy. They were opening up a branch of this company he had in Texas, and we're in Florida.
Okay.
The guy started writing checks before they even established the business, and the checks were bouncing.
Oh.
And I can remember my old man on the phone with this guy at the house. It's like Saturday night, and he is screaming at this guy, You're not open for business yet. What kind of my father was started getting mad at himself because he sent this guy to Texas thinking he understood what he was doing, and he didn't. And I'm watching my old man melt down at like 9:00 on a Saturday night because this guy's hanging paper all over Houston.
Okay.
And like, there's nothing my father could, back then, there's nothing you could do about it.
By the way, hanging paper all over Houston is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song. But you were saying, I'm sorry.
He's hanging paper in Houston. Put your secretary in a hula hoop. It'll stop all your problems, son. And then where? I'm saying she's 10 stone. And that's a Houston 10 stone, boy.
It's weird they got Southern accents with English units of measure. But you were saying.
No, but like that was his life. Like, I mean, those are the things you just don't, it's not happy.
Okay, and I would have thought the same thing. But it's possible that all of that, based on these numbers, that people working for themselves are far more satisfied.
Yeah.
That the passion for the job makes everything else irrelevant.
Well, you are, to your point, you don't have to answer to anybody else. It's you.
It's also possible that your father, God rest his soul, was
just
going to complain about anything no matter what he was doing.
Happy.
Oh, yeah.
He was just a man that would never be happy.
Yes, that is true. He was never satisfied. It always had to be bigger and better.
Kimmy, you've never worked for yourself.
No.
Has that ever been anything that interested you?
She's a girl.
I mean, I guess I wouldn't even know.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
I know. What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Women shouldn't work for them. Women
They
don't want to work for
should, but they
themselves.
don't tend to.
Women don't want to. What are you
Why?
talking about? There's
How do
women-owned
we know
businesses
that?
all over the place.
Oh, yeah. By the plumbing
I actually know more.
Mom and son.
No, I actually know more women that work
Plumbing.
for themselves than men.
Thank you for finishing with plumbing. In case we're like, where did the joke go? I lost it. It's gone.
They should pull out their own hair out of that drain.
Anyways, I think if I was going to, I wouldn't even know how to go about working for myself.
What do you mean?
Like, it would
What
have
do
to
you
be
wanna
like
do?
a project that I would want to start, or
What's your
you know what I
passion?
mean? Like, I don't know. That would.
She has no passion. We know this.
Oh!
What? She doesn't.
She's
just-
got passion.
No, she doesn't. She's
But nothing
she's
that I
laid
would
back as hell.
that I think that I could make money off of. So it would
You
be
love your
kind of like one of
snacks.
those things. You love your snacks.
Aunt Kimmy's
Like,
snack sauce.
Wait, she's got a kiosk in the women's room?
Okay. All right. If I could rate snacks and make money off of it.
Okay.
There's
You're
probably
right.
That's probably a YouTube channel.
Yeah, but I
Did
don't
you
know.
hear you old bastard?
Okay. I know where
You're
he's
too
going with
scrawny
it.
to trust you, though. Like, I wouldn't trust anybody's snack opinion that doesn't have a double
I
chin.
wouldn't trust your snack opinion about snack opinions.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Folks who work for themselves are way more satisfied at their jobs than folks who do not. Not only that, they say their job is more enjoyable. They say they are more fulfilled. They say they are half as likely to say their job is stressful. They are less than half as likely to say they are overwhelmed when working for themselves as opposed to working for someone else. And again, it doesn't make any logical sense. It seems if you have a passion for your work, that is what makes you happy.
But even if you have that passion, they always say, like, what percentage of businesses fail in the first year? It's high.
You always cite this number, despite the fact that you've never seen this, because you always say 99% of small businesses fail.
Bro, it's astonishing how many small businesses fail in the first year.
Like what percentage?
It's damn near 98.9%.
Isn't it like 60?
No.
Yes.
60?
In the first year? I think it's less than 60 in the first year.
No, it's
I
in
don't
the
know.
9. It's way in the
No, the 6 to 10 businesses do not fail in the first year.
I'm telling you. Yeah, it's tough.
I think you also have to be a very self-motivated person, even if
yeah.
it's something you're passionate about. And I don't think I can. I think I need somebody to not guide me, but just keep me on track, because
Okay.
I think I could get lazy with something really fast.
I don't know. When you ain't eating, that's pretty motivating.
But to your point, though, there's also no downtime for yourself. Like, you're the person. It's your business. So you can't relax like everybody else can go
You're
home at
constantly
night.
thinking about it. Yeah.
You can take the weekend off. You're constantly thinking of your business.
Okay, is that true, or is that just something people who own businesses say to make themselves feel more important?
I don't know.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Folks have been waiting patiently. Let's talk to Andy. Stupid button. God. Hey, Andy. How's it going, brother?
Good. How are you guys?
Good, man. What do you got?
So I used to work as a high school teacher. I've done retail, I've done all sorts of stuff. And about 5 years ago, I had an opportunity to start my own business as a contractor, and I love it. And I do not ever plan on going back to working for anyone else.
So you're in construction now full time.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. So it's timely. It's a transition I never expected to make going into contracting. But as my own owner, I have a small company, just me and 3 guys. But it's super empowering. I have a ton of freedom to do what I want when I want to. I can choose what jobs I want to pick when I want to pick them.
Yeah, but you got to work. I mean, I understand you can choose the job, but you need
Let's listen to a man
job.
who's never worked for himself talk to a man who's worked. Tell him how to
But
do.
I love
work
that
for
I can pick and choose. But you got to eat, man.
You're saying
so
the job itself is hard. Is that what you're saying?
Well, he goes, I can pick and choose, but you still got to have the jobs coming in because you got guys that are relying on you. So it isn't all like, hey, I work when I want, man.
Business 101.
I'll put a half a roof on today, maybe do a gutter next week.
Why don't we let the businessman explain it? How about that?
How about the son of a businessman?
Oh, no.
That's the only one that could ever reach me.
What's the son of a businessman? I'm sorry, Andy. Go ahead.
No worries. No, it's just like, I mean, obviously, construction, there's pretty high demand. So
By the way, it's 8:40, man. You should be at Home Depot picking up products.
Will you let the man talk?
No, it's good. I mean, Tommy knows everything, so it's all good.
Oh, God, your business is terrible. Andy, go ahead.
But no. I mean, just the point, though, it is very stressful because you do have to be concerned about, making sure you have money. You got to do all the billing. You got to do all that stuff yourself. But at the same time, it lights a fire under your ass, and you have to, you have to work.
But he's a
go-getter.
go-getter.
If you're cool with that. Yeah. But it's totally worth it. I mean, it's nice not to have to deal with a man, someone above you, bitching at you, looking at everything you're doing, right and wrong. It's just like, it's a pain in the ass. And as I said, I don't think I'll ever go back.
All right, Andy, let me ask you this. Do you have, employees under you right now when you go do jobs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So you went from hating the man to being the
Yeah,
man.
you are the man.
You're the man now, Andy.
I am, and I like to treat my guys well. And,
every boss says that, but nobody, you know what I mean? Oh, I treat my employees well, and then, you walk away and your employee, Andy sucks so hard. Andy's such a douchebag.
It's right. I don't care.
Well, Andy, hey, buddy, congratulations. I'm glad that you like this better than being a high school teacher or working in retail.
Oh, yeah. Appreciate you guys.
All right, have a good rest of the day. There goes
All
Andy.
right, so he's one for your side.
Well, I don't have a side on this. I was just as surprised as you were.
Yeah.
I would have thought there's less stress, less anxiety working for somebody else. And yes, Andy's right. You hate the man, right? Boss makes $1, I make a dime. That's why I poop on company time.
Yeah.
Right? But
When you leave the business, you're done for the day.
And when you're pooping, that's money coming out of your pocket.
Oh, yeah, coming out of you, buddy.
But it seems not everybody feels the way Andy
does. A guy on my side.
252 WCMF. Pete's on CMF. Hey, Petey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, so I actually disagree with Andy. So I actually had a remodeling business for 17 years, and I recently went back to work for one of the biggest home builders in the Rochester area, and I absolutely love it. I go home at night. I mean, every now and then I'll get a phone call from them about, one of the jobs we're working on or something. But other than that, I have my nights, I have my weekends free. I'm not estimating. I'm not sitting down doing book work till 10, 11 o'clock at night. It's great.
Okay, so, Petey, remind me, you got a couple of kids.
Yep, I had two.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a 7 and 9-year-old.
All right, so does the age of the kids and them growing up, does that affect whether or not you like working for yourself versus working for somebody else?
Oh, 100%. I mean, when I was working for myself, I'd get home, I'd see them for about 2 hours, and I'm back doing work.
Because, I guess what I'm getting at is there also has to be a certain point in your life where it's going to be fulfilling for you to work for yourself. Because, Petey, I'm with you. Like, if somebody offered me an opportunity to make money with a business that I'm running, but it's going to hurt the time I'm spending with my kids, you have to ask yourself if it's worth it.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. It was great being able to make your own hours, but the reason I chose to go back to work for a company was because they gave me the freedom to work how I wanted to work. And, as long as I get my work done, and it's done right and up to their quality, they don't care.
And that's the biggest BS
if I need to leave
about
work early, I could leave work early.
But that's the biggest BS about owning your own business. I get to make my own hours. Yeah, all of them. Like, to your point, you had to go out and get quotes, do measurements, do the paperwork at night, then go back and be the guy on the site during the day. You're making your own hours, but you're really not because you're at the mercy of your customers.
And there's no safety net if you screw up.
And the worst part about it was every time you took a vacation, you felt guilty because when you're on vacation, you're not making money.
How many times did you get phone calls on vacations putting out fires?
Constantly,
Tommy.
Can't enjoy yourself.
All right, so Petey's out. He wants to work for somebody
There's
else.
a reason why my father drank himself to death. It wasn't his disrespectful children.
Petey, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
I mean, just hula hoop replacement alone in those scales. And restocking the bar in his office.
So for those who don't listen to the show on a regular basis, and this is a true story,
Yeah.
Tommy's father, when he owned his business, would run contests weekly where he and
Every Friday afternoon, the boys would all get together and break out the money.
They would weigh secretaries.
You guess the weight.
And bet on what the weight was.
And then they had hula hoop contests for the girls.
Which involved what?
You see who could do the hula hoop the longest. All the girls got in the hula hoops. And then he also had a full bar in every office he ever had.
Don't you wonder, like, the women out there today, if they're still around, telling stories about how awful your dad was?
Oh, yeah. And that's just our family. You're absolutely right.
I just love how this entire break, based on the eyes, your young man eyes, seeing what your dad went through and going, it's hard to own a business, you're the man, you had no time off, da. And then you go, yeah, he had weighing contests and hula hoop contests with his secretaries. Those two things don't.
No.
Just to blow off the stress of the week, man.
Yeah. Your 2-hour gap of weight hula hoop contest.
It's funny because you talk about how your dad was connected to his business all the time, but you also talk about how you don't think he actually was doing anything most of the time.
All right, so to your point, so my old man, when he worked in Manhattan when I was a little kid, he had a business down on Canal Street. It was a printing business.
Okay.
And he used to say this after he had retired. He goes, he always had business uptown.
Oh.
At 11 o'clock.
Okay.
He goes, I get my car, get over the George Washington Bridge and go home, cash my check, wash the car, mow the lawn, and I'd have the weekends to myself. To myself. He was married with 4 children, and he had the weekends to himself to go do whatever he wanted to do. So his cocktail started at 4 o'clock on a Friday.
Sure.
He was done. He got all because his thing was, I fulfilled my obligations to this family and my job.
Okay.
But like he stopped work at 11 o'clock in the morning on a Friday.
Okay, so maybe, just maybe, owning your own business is not as stressful and hard as you think.
But maybe he needed that time to himself.
No, I hear you, to unwind.
Between the hula hooping and the boozing and the cheating.
The one problem that shows up with owning your own business or being your own boss, and Kimmy kind of touched on this a second ago, you need a passion and a talent.
Yeah.
Right? Does the average person have a skill that's impressive enough where they can make a living doing it on their own?
I would think no.
Or
the
a
average
skill,
person, no.
Or you found like some weird need that people aren't, that isn't being fulfilled for people, right? Like you find a unique business idea.
Those are the guys that hit the biggest.
Or women.
The old ladies doing it too.
You, the whole 7 o'clock hour, sat here to be a champion for women. And Kimmy sided with you.
Yeah.
And now everyone hates Kimmy.
I know. I made a huge mistake.
As a turncoat.
And then we asked
Big
you what
mistake.
business you want to go into. I really have no passion for anything.
Well, I just said like there's nothing that I can think of that I would quit.
Let the fellas do it.
She didn't say
said-
that.
and I said no.
Let the fellas do
And I said
it.
for multiple reasons, I know that I would not be good at working for myself.
No, but like
I'm
you
just not. I don't. I think I could get lazy
Sisters are not
really
doing
quick.
it for themselves.
Can you shut up?
Uh-oh.
Don't make me yell at you.
Uh-oh. No, but like she brings up a good point. I'm kind of with her. Like I don't have something I'm
I
passionate
don't want to
enough
keep
about
like I
Yes, you
wouldn't
do.
be
that I could start a business with.
because you're not even thinking of all the finances that are going to be involved with that
We
business.
can't do math. We've tried that.
Taxes, all that stuff. Like I have no idea. I mean, I know you can learn, but I just don't know if I'd be good at those kind of things.
You sit here crushing Kimmy. What talent and passion do you have where you could have your own business?
No.
Nothing. You ain't got nothing.
Run the jerk store.
We did say
Run the jerk store. No, man, your mom's owned that place for years.
Different kind of jerk.
because even
It's Jerk and Sons.
even something you're passionate about, which is your outfits in the morning. Like you could be a stylist, but you're not go with people.
Nope.
Like even if you
Shut
followed
up.
your passion, even if you followed your passion, there are other elements that are going to come with that business that you're not
I
going to
know.
be good at.
I don't have the skill. I know.
So then how are you crushing her?
I don't know. It just seemed like something to do.
Everybody, we got to move on. I appreciate it. So yesterday, for the first time in 50 years,
Yes.
the United States did something remarkable. And it was a little dicey, which it wasn't
Yeah.
the first time, too. You guys are really going to have this take?
I was
I'm
shocked.
confused.
Have you not thought this through?
I was like getting pissed, man.
Have you not thought this through as to why this would happen? Because it makes
I've
perfect
thought
sense.
No,
it
it
through a
doesn't.
lot.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you why it makes perfect sense. We're going to figure out why getting back to the moon
It's so hard, even though we did it multiple times with less technology.
We'll do it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You guys aren't really going to have this take, are you?
Yeah.
It just takes a little bit of logic to understand why what happened yesterday.
All right, well, explain it to us then, Mr.
Yeah.
Technology.
No, but that's just it. I'm not even good at science, and it's pretty obvious to me.
No, it's obvious the other way if you look at all the science.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. Yesterday, for the first time in 50 years, the United States landed on the moon.
Yes.
That wasn't a manned spacecraft. It was a unmanned spacecraft. The Odyssey lunar landing. And once they landed, everything was exciting, celebration, but that landing was a little bit dicey.
Yeah.
So NASA says in landing the Odyssey lunar module, which they're calling ODI?
Yeah.
Oh, Odysseus. I'm sorry, not Odyssey. Odysseus.
Okay.
They say they had navigation issues getting it up there. They say the landing was very difficult, and they say mission control had some communication problems with the craft.
Okay.
But they say it all worked, and they are expecting the first images from Odie sometime soon.
Okay. Great.
So what is your guys' issue?
Okay. So I wish there was some video of us doing this before and sticking the landing over and over again. We were launching trash cans into space with dudes in them and landing it compared to the technology you have today. You can't land something like this. You've only had 50 years of practice. You've been in business since the end of World War II doing rocketry.
It seems like you had more luck sending like the rover to Mars than you did this.
Oh my
thing
God,
to the
they
moon.
stuck that landing. What are these guys doing?
Like they lost communication for a while.
Okay.
That I would think. If anything, like you at least stay connected to the thing. The
Are
whole
there
time.
tunnels and stuff? Or really tall buildings on the moon where I can't? It's like
Can you
we're
hear me
talking
now?
to Rammer right now. I want to tell you about the door I got. It's so like you look dumb, man. Like this should have been a
NASA
no.
dumb. You
Okay.
called NASA
NASA
dumb.
looking dumb.
So it is funny too because
And
I've seen
stands for
tweets all
knucklehead.
morning. I've seen tweets all morning, like side by side, like footage of like the moon landing.
Yeah,
with-
guys with crew cuts, white shirts and short sleeves. Every guy in there looked like Vince Lombardi, chain smoking and drinking black coffee. Those guys had like 8th grade math degrees and they did this.
So there's a side by side with that and like this spotty footage
Yes.
that this whatever you want to call it
Odie.
Odie's
Odie.
taking, and I'm like, how is this so like
bad.
Yeah, like
Okay.
why is it not more clear?
Okay. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, because I know there are people listening that are also furious that could explain it better than me. So let's break down the points you just made.
Okay.
First of all, you said we've been practicing for 50 years. Actually, no, we haven't. We haven't done this
Well,
in 50
but
years.
Yeah,
Wouldn't
all the technologies there.
Yeah.
They work on this like out in the desert. They
And
do
that's-
simulations. We've been sending up shuttles and other satellites. We've been
It's not a
doing.
satellite. This was a landing craft on the moon.
Okay.
It is.
And it's
It's
not
a
a landing
difference.
craft. It just sat there.
It's a craft. I mean, it's a
No,
craft.
it don't move.
Okay. Second issue.
What?
When we did this the first time, you said it yourself, right? Like it was all hand math in a tin can.
Right, and we did it.
It was completely different than what we're doing now.
But we should
the
be advanced.
technology is better, and we have advanced the technology, but it's technology that we've never used in this way before. For example,
Right.
there is a new technological phone.
What do they call it?
No, I'm saying like there is one that exists better than the one that you have, right?
Yeah.
You've had that iPhone for how long?
Oh, yeah.
Right? You've had an iPhone for 20 years? Okay. If I handed you the newest iPhone, you would have problems with it.
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Despite the fact that you are an expert with that phone and that this phone is more powerful and has more technology, because when you try to do stuff with new technology, despite the fact that it's better,
Yeah.
there are growing pains.
But here's the flaw in your ointment.
Oh, please. Flaw in my ointment?
Ointment.
Oh, no. My ointment has flaw.
Yeah.
Not a fly.
I
There's
didn't build
flaws.
this phone. If I'm the guy who built this phone, I should know how to work this phone. Granted, you put it in my monkey hand, you got problems. But like these techno wizards and all these gamers and all these brilliant minds that you young generation, you should have this down pat. This should have been such like eyes shut, no problem, thread the needle, done.
Okay. You know what
This
this
should have
is?
been a lock.
You know what this is? Both of you are space spoiled.
Yes, we are.
No, I mean, that's what I'm saying.
And
Like, you
NASA
sound
spoiled
like,
us by doing a good job.
Yeah, 50 years ago with
Do
different
your
ways.
job, space people.
I
No,
guess
though-
I would just think, like, I'm sure your mind, Tommy, watching the moon landing as a kid,
Yeah.
Like, where do you think we would have been by now?
Oh, we would have
space-wise?
been living on
Like,
Mars.
Your expectation of how far it would come in
I should be able to go to space by now.
50 years,
Yeah.
like, you would think it'd be better than this.
Yes. Ground control, something's wrong.
How long have
Maybe we should look at old footage from CBS.
How long have we had commercial flight for in America?
Commercial flights since the 1920s?
Okay,
I
great. Remember a month ago when a door blew off a plane in mid-flight? Bro, even modern technology doesn't work when
Apparently, they
you're
were
working
also
with
working
new-
on this
Okay.
thing. And I told you what happened to Japan off the air.
Okay,
Yeah,
252
I know, you're very upset about
WCMF,
this.
252-9263. After 50 years, America was back on the moon. The Odysseus lunar landing landed yesterday on the moon, but it was a little difficult. They had navigation
Little
issues.
shaky, folks.
Mission Control said they had communication problems. The landing was tough, and Tommy and Kimmy are like, "Oh, hey, stupid scientist who just got back to the moon. Why don't you do it better?" What you were saying about Japan?
So Japan put one up earlier, and when it landed, it fell over.
It tipped over.
It tipped over on the moon, and they had to leave it there. Like it just
There's
landed.
nothing you could do after it tips over.
Well, who's picking it up? It just sits
we
there.
didn't think about
it
that.
Fell over, man.
So another
How
country.
bad y'all at this?
So another country did the exact same thing. We as America succeeded.
Japan should be good at this stuff.
Okay, well, America was better.
I know.
No, that's my point. Can I ask a question? How many countries in the history of the world have landed something on the moon?
It's amazing how few.
Kimmy, can you Google that for me? Anything, not people, just anything. on
I
the moon.
believe it's from what I know, it's ourselves, of course.
Hold on, buckle up, everybody. From what Tommy knows.
Russia.
Okay.
All right. Obviously Japan.
Yep.
And I believe India.
India put something on the
and
moon?
China.
Nope.
Have put stuff on. How many am I off?
Okay, there's a lot. There's actually a lot more than you think.
What do we got?
So the Soviet Union, the United States, Japan, the European Space Agency,
Okay, so that's all of Europe.
China, India, Israel, Italy, South Korea,
Wait, the South Koreans
U-
put something on the moon?
the UAE, Russia, and Mexico.
Wow. Mexico put something
Remember
on the moon?
we found out Mexico has a space program?
Yeah, but we laughed about it. We didn't think it was like a real
okay,
space
they listed
program.
as a mission to the moon.
Is that putting something on the moon?
It says
Right, like I mean, I'm
List
talking
of-
about landing on the moon.
Yeah.
it says list of lunar
Because you can put
probes.
things in orbit, but like landing's a big thing.
Thank you, scientist Tommy, who can't explain how anything works. Like you're trying to defend
I
your.
want to see those Italian guys go around again.
It was the only lunar module with side pipes.
A lot of aftermarket product in this thing. You know, if they got down there, the first thing they do is put a weight bench. Hey, look at me, Tony, 450, not even sweating.
I'm ashamed of both of you. I am ashamed of both of you because one, you're space spoiled.
There's a lot of
Not on the moon.
yes.
No.
Yes.
Really? So we
'Cause
really suck.
They even list they even list the ones that are like that have failed or had issues, and then the ones that have been successful.
No, I get the attempts. I
Yeah.
also understand why you failed. Look, they're going to put more people on
Well,
the
we should
moon.
be done. We're the Tom Brady of space.
We still are.
Kinda.
We're the only country to put people on the moon, right? Or did the Soviets make it to the moon with a person?
No,
Okay.
we're the only country that's ever put human beings on the moon.
And you're sitting here crapping on the space program.
And obviously the Italians.
Okay. Because of the pension. We're going to do it again. We're going to do it 50
Well, I know we
years
will,
later.
but
So
okay,
shut up.
But hold on. NASA needs to tighten it up. That's my tax dollars going on for shoddy space work.
Why don't you go to NASA? Why don't you head down to Canaveral? And why don't you walk in there and tell them what they need to do better?
Hey, you know,
How about that?
I took a couple tours down there when I was in school. I did some field trips. I know my way around.
We do have, we're a show of useless information. Miss Chudmuffin writes us on Twitter. Odysseus is also the Greek legend who banged his own mom. This is the worst name to choose.
Wait, are you serious?
Oh, wait a minute. Isn't
No,
that
I thought it was
Oedipus?
Oedipus, yeah.
Did Odysseus also bang his own mom? And how many Greek stories are there where dudes are banging their own mom? I think that.
Crowd control, get off me, mom. This is just wrong. You own my mom.
There can't be two Greek legends.
There's a lot of what are they from? Alabama?
Well, yeah, they call Greece the Alabama. of the
They should, man.
Mediterranean.
All these guys is getting it on.
Oedipus was not a god.
What is it?
It was just a story.
Well, I thought they were all guys.
Odysseus, I think, was a god.
No.
I think they all were gods back
No,
then.
they were all gods back
Yeah,
then.
I did was really in to get your god license back
I
in
don't
Greece.
know. I don't think there was mom banging in the story.
In the Odyssey, Odysseus story.
Odysseus, no.
So we'll stick with Oedipus. All right. Take a break.
Okay. My eyes hurt.
Yeah. Oh, what about your ears, though?
Oh, you have to ask Kimmy.
I think they really would after that.
If there's a person that you meet that gives you a weird, uncomfortable vibe,
Yeah, get out of the room.
you can just stay away from that person. It gets more complicated when that person who gives you the weird, uncomfortable vibe is a child.
Oh.
Well, chances are you're connected to that child. You are related.
Yeah.
Some way. That is the child of a friend of yours, and it's not as easy to get away from them. There's a story coming from just south of us from this week that involves an 18-year-old boy who did something that, oh man.
Oh, he's in trouble.
Now everybody's safe, thank God.
Right.
But everybody at one point in their life has met a kid where you go, yeah, kid's capable of that.
Okay.
And when you do,
Oh, yeah, we know those kids.
we'll get into it next to the break from 96.5 WCMF. There is a kid in all of our lives, probably not your kid, maybe a niece, nephew, cousin, neighbor, kid's friend, and they give you an uneasy feeling.
Yeah.
A feeling that they're capable of something. And they've never done anything. You have no proof of this.
Yeah.
But
You can see it in their eyes, buddy.
this story from our area could be the story of one of those kids.
What happened?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 9:30. It's Friday. You know what that means.
Oh, we going to get that creep on.
That's right. We got a creep cap coming at you. And thank God, we learned how scientific both of you are. Maybe you guys can help explain what happened yesterday with the AT&T network.
Oh, yeah, because we've found out from our engineer walking out the door.
Yes, we
Yeah.
did. We'll get into it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. This story comes just south of us. An 18-year-old boy, man.
What's a man?
Okay. He was arrested, charged with arson,
Oh, Jesus.
after police say he set his home on fire while 3 of his family members were inside.
Oh, my God.
The good news,
Yeah.
everybody escaped totally fine. No one was hurt.
Good.
The bad news, the kid set his house on fire with his family inside.
Jesus.
So what happened last Thursday night around 7 p.m.? The 18-year-old has been charged with felony arson, and if he's found guilty of these charges, he's got some serious punishment.
Yeah.
And to be fair, here we go. Before we start this conversation, we know nothing about this kid.
Yeah.
We know nothing about his situation.
Right.
However, when I tell you what happened here, or at least allegedly what happened, the story strikes a chord with a lot of people because as we were reading you this story describing a teenage kid accused of setting a house on fire with his family inside, somebody popped into your head.
Oh, multiple somebodies.
A kid you know. A kid that makes you uneasy in a very unique way. And maybe that kid is now an adult, but at some point in your life,
You can see it in them.
you had a kid, or maybe multiple, that you felt was capable of doing something like this.
There's a saying I heard from a certain somebody one time that always stuck in my head. That kid's got some prison in him. And I'm telling you, man, I get it.
Okay. Kimmy,
Yeah.
in your years on this earth, have you come across a child?
Like when I'm an adult
Yes.
looking at a kid.
As an adult looking at a kid
Okay.
where they have such a vibe, a way of interaction that you go, that kid, oh no.
He's a bad boy.
And I'm not even talking about things you've seen them do, because there are kids who
Yeah.
do bad things where you
well,
understand.
for me, it's always like the quiet kid you can't read. Like
Okay.
I don't
Oh.
know if he does. Like and it's always a he. I'm picturing a
Oh,
boy.
girl's gone bad.
Sure.
but just like a kid who's not good at expressing his emotions. Like I have no idea where they stand when they're happy, when they're sad.
Okay.
Like that's the kind of kid
Oh,
where
emotionless.
Yeah, I
like
know a guy like that.
That pops into my head.
Who's that?
No, that's emotion. How do you deal with that kid? I'm sorry, go ahead, Kimmy.
Yeah, I was just gonna say like the quiet one.
Okay.
Where you don't know what to expect.
How do you deal with that kid that gives you that vibe when that kid isn't your kid? Do you avoid them?
Yeah.
Do you treat them extra nice in case that day eventually does someday
That's
come?
a tell, though. If I go over nice to you and I'm not to the other ones,
Yeah.
if there's other kids, that kind of looks like you're showing favoritism. I don't want to put that kid on the radar.
Okay, I don't care. I don't care if I'm showing favoritism. I like the
That's
kid.
kind of fast there, buddy.
I want the kid to like me if he's going to do something
All
bad.
right.
Yeah.
But that's not even a guarantee. You might want to shut you up first.
Yeah, but you want the odds to be in your favor, I guess.
Thank you, Hunger Games, Kimmy. There are also people who will try and sound alarm or talk to the parents like, hey, something's wrong with
That
your
doesn't work,
kid.
because the parents don't want to hear it. They don't see it.
Or
right?
you could also be the type of person that just talks junk about that kid and their parents behind the kid's back.
That would be me.
100%.
That's the road I take.
That is a conversation that at some point in every bedroom between every husband and wife has happened at some
Oh,
point.
yeah.
After a cookout or like a school event with your own kids or whatever, you have been with no shirt on, sitting next to your spouse, turn and go, hey, that kid today.
Yes.
What's strange about that kid in your life? You look at these kids, Tommy,
Yeah.
whoever it is, and you're confident something bad is going to
But
happen.
you can see it in their eyes.
Yeah, okay. Most of them make it out totally fine.
Yeah.
Right? Some
Most
of
of
it
it could
is
just be socially awkward. They grow out of it. They're shy.
uneasy teen angst.
Sure.
Right? Like that's all it was.
Yeah.
You're right, Kimmy. But it's the few kids that eventually prove everyone right. that have guys like Tommy and me, look, I'm guilty of it too.
I think we all are.
Going, oh, that's the word. I know it. And like even when the kid grows up and they become a well-adjusted human being, you're still secretly hoping in the back of your head something happens to prove that you were right the whole time. Because you want to be the one that called it.
Oh, yeah.
And by the way, if nothing does happen, it never comes up again. You're not going to be like, oh, I was wrong about that
No,
kid.
of course. I'm not going to admit to my failures.
Do you think that kid also looks different generation to generation? Because think of somebody like your parents, Tommy, and like a kid that was really into like heavy metal music.
Oh, yeah.
Or like,
Devil Boy.
Like what they would have thought that kid was
yeah.
capable of. So I'm guessing like every generation kind of has like that, I don't know what to call it, like different kid that's into
stereotypical
a different
bad kid.
activity.
Yeah, well, okay, but see, here's the thing. This isn't a bad kid. I
Right,
think,
but I guess like I guess if I was going to say something about them.
okay, we do have to differentiate bad kid from the kid we're talking about here, because bad kid is kid who has done things wrong.
And obvious.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this kid is a kid that's giving you weird vibes.
Right. Yeah,
right? Like,
there's just something hair in the back of your neck.
yeah, like ooh,
Yes.
ooh. 252 WCMF. We're talking about this 18-year-old kid charged with felony arson. He, according to police, set his family's house on fire with 3 family members inside. The family made it out safe and okay. This kid's in trouble. And look, man, I hate to be the stereotype guy, right? But you look at this kid and you go, yeah.
So, working in the grocery business, you had a lot of kids in the business, right?
Sure.
And every once in a while, you'd have a kid that just had a weird how they just conducted themselves. And you always thought, that's something's effed up with that kid. Either something happened around the house or he saw something, but that ain't right. And you couldn't help yourself. I said we had this one kid.
Mm-hmm.
He, all the time, when he'd go to the bathroom, he'd be in there with the lights off.
Yes.
And you'd walk in sometimes and you'd be startled because you turn the lights on and there's a guy in there. And then he would just finish his business, not say a word, and leave. That's weird, man.
So weird bathroom habits would creep you out?
Your blackout rules for your dumps?
I mean, that's strange.
It's strange.
Super strange. And here's the worst part. His dad was the store manager.
Ooh.
So you always looked at the store manager weird.
Yeah.
And the kid.
Yeah.
And nobody ever brought it up to the manager's face. You're not going to, jeopardize your job over this thing.
No, look, I can't disagree with you that that's strange, and maybe if I was in that situation, I would go, oh, this makes me feel icky. However, I think it's also prudent to ask, do you think you were ever that kid to somebody else's parents?
Oh, absolutely.
Because I look at a guy
I was a weird kid.
Yeah, I look at a guy like you. Like you were in therapy. You were bouncing in and out of all kinds of military schools, private
Wise
schools,
ass.
right? Like ran your mouth. You had no emotion. Like you never, even to this day, when something terrible happens, you start laughing.
And that used to
were-
drive my parents crazy.
You were definitely the kid that people thought would end up in jail.
Or setting somebody's house
Yes.
on fire.
Midget jail.
Like, I mean, you sit here and you want to judge all these kids, but you were that kid.
Yeah, I was.
Okay, so that doesn't give you, like, pause? It doesn't make you look at these kids differently and go, well, hey, I made it out and this is what it took?
Yeah, but I got extremely lucky.
Okay.
I could have been that kid.
Okay.
Like, if things didn't go my way, I don't know.
So then how are you judging these other kids?
That's fun.
Okay.
And I'm shallow. I'd like to think I'm shallow enough I think I'm shallow enough to enjoy other people's pain as entertainment.
And I mean, that's what's funny here, right? Like, there are lots of adults listening to this show right now who at one point were those kids. Because, Kimmy, you brought up, like, what older generations looked at as those kids. There used to be a time, there was a time, excuse me, I'm sorry, where it was plain of day signs that this kid was a problem. Like, you brought up metal kids for Tommy's.
Dressed in an all black.
What about when we were in high school, kids, or high school and middle school?
The goth kids?
Yeah, Marilyn Manson ass, black eyeliner wearing big ass platform boots with chains. Like
those kids were considered a problem.
Yes, and they were going to be a problem forever.
Antisocial.
And those kids grew up, and now they have jobs, and they got kids, and they are regular ass members of society, and there is a good chance
They
they are.
ditched the extra baggy cargo pants.
Maybe. I don't know, Kimmy. It feels like once you have those extra baggy cargo pants, you never ditch them. Jinko for life. But there's also a good chance, Tommy, based on your reaction, that those kids now as adults are doing to kids what adults did to them when they were kids.
Oh, yeah. Judging the next.
Yeah.
quote strange thing.
Exactly, right?
Yeah,
Like if you
out
wore
of the
like
ordinary.
if you wore striped stockings on your arm, you had spikes coming out of your hair of solid gel and facial piercings. I mean, like, are you a hypocrite for looking at another kid and be like, ooh, that kid gives me ick vibes?
But would you want your kid hanging out with that kid? Again, because that's kind of what the issue comes down to. Because like my father, if you weren't a conformist, you were a weirdo.
Man.
And you know that goes down to communism and doper and bad people.
Sure, yeah.
So if you didn't look like my dad and you didn't do things that my dad thought were normal, you were a bad person. And then my uncle was the same way, because my uncle was an FBI agent, right?
Okay.
And you don't get more conservative than a 1960s FBI agent. And my uncle said, if I see a guy with long hair, I automatically think he doesn't like me and he's against me. Like he doesn't even know this person.
Wow.
They were hippies and they were against me. Even if they didn't know I was an FBI agent and I knew nothing about him. That's how quick his reaction was to stuff like that. And he would tell me this stuff.
Damn.
Yeah.
But you bring up an interesting question because, like, when we talk about these kids that, like, just seem off, right? Like, antisocial, give you weird vibes. Part of that could be from not having anyone to talk to.
Right.
Part of that could be from feeling lonely. So, like, you bring up, what do you do about it? There are two schools of thought with parents, right? There are the parents who look at that kid and go, do not play with that kid. You look at your own kid and go, stay away from them.
Right.
Which could be the worst thing possible.
Sure.
Isolate them more. Yeah.
Exactly. There are also the parents that go, I want you to go out of your way to at least be kind to that kid. Befriend them. Let them know that everyone's a good person. And in theory, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Unless that kid becomes a negative influence in your kid's life, which is what the first parents were worried about in the first place.
Yes.
So what's the better thing to do?
I mean, obviously, the times are way more tolerant now with kids, I would think, than they were in my generation.
Oh, bro, we're still talking middle school, high school
Yeah, but
kids.
I also wonder if those kids have an easier time finding other kids that are into their same hobbies, just being able to connect with other people and knowing that there are other people out there that like the same things that they do.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Like
maybe
kids...
they feel a little bit more included or not quite as isolated as maybe they would be not having, Google at their fingertips.
No, that's a really good point. Like, I mean, I know this is after your time, Tommy, but like, there were like 5 goth kids in every middle school.
I remember the
Rochester.
goth period.
But like I'm saying, like, if you were lucky, you had 3 other people that were like you, and you were forced to like them because nobody else liked what you liked. Exactly, right?
Yeah.
Like, if me playing football or hockey or whatever, I had a choice of 50 guys to hang out with.
Right. And I know that was your fantasy on Saturday night.
I'm gonna burn your house down.
Goth boy.
But, like, I got to pick and choose who I liked amongst my group.
Yeah, you had a selection.
Exactly. If you got 4 people that are also into 9 Inch Nails.
That's your group.
Yeah, exactly. Guy could be, Ben's a dick, but he also likes corn, so I mean. And I think there are also parents, when you have a kid, right, you believe you're going to raise them to save the world.
Yeah, that's the goal. Right?
Yeah, like you want your kid to be that kid that reaches out, be kind, right? Don't let anyone sit alone at the
leader.
lunchroom. Yes, exactly. And then every parent at some point finds themselves face to face with the situation. And most knee-jerk reactions isn't be kind to that kid.
Yeah.
Right? Isn't tell your kid to go out of your way to be kind to that kid. It's I'm going to keep an eye on that kid. It is amazing how we change so quickly.
Yeah.
Based on what we see that we haven't considered. It's not good.
No, but
You don't care. You don't have kids.
no, but I also remember being that kid, so it was always like, I didn't have anybody like I could go to and explain this to.
Sure.
Like I couldn't tell my parents why I was laughing at this.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know why I was laughing at this. But I just remember like thinking, and like the more they got pissed off, the funnier I thought that was. And that really sent them into orbit. And I was also a complete wiseass. Everything was a goddamn joke.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about weird vibe kid, neighbor, family member.
Oh, sure, they're out there,
right? And it's off of this story. This 18-year-old kid south of us who set his family home on fire with his family members in it. They all got out safe. Everyone's okay. But like you look at a kid like this, even before knowing what they did, and go, "Oh yeah, I know." Johnny's on CMF. Hey, Johnny, what's up, buddy?
What's up, guys? Do you remember Shameless and the main character Lip?
No, but let's keep going.
Anyway, he's a genius. Was into drugs, alcohol, got kicked out of school. We had the same kid in our high school. I wasn't allowed to even talk to him at school. He was a nice kid, though. He was quiet. He did some pretty messed up things and got arrested and got kicked out of school. I ran into him in Chicago 5 years ago. He's a pharmaceutical sales rep driving a high-end car.
No kidding.
Oh, he knows drugs so well. He can get you the good stuff.
So, Johnny,
And I don't think he's allowed to hang out with me now.
So he made it out.
He sure did. I
Stepped
was
up.
just staring at him. I had no idea that he could make it out. Nope.
You know, it's so funny, Johnny. Like, now that you bring it up, there are 5 kids in my head that I knew when I was younger that I would love to know where they are, what happened to them.
Yeah,
right now.
because, I mean, kids do go through stages and get out of it, too.
Yeah. And here's the thing, right? Like, if you know a kid who was like that, who completely became a disaster, that's what every kid becomes. Johnny, this story here, right? The fact that he became a success, well, now you look at these kids differently because you know a guy that turned it around, right?
Yeah, but I think there's a lot of stories where it goes the way you think.
But here's the problem with
I think it's rare that they get out.
But here's the thing. You say the way I think. I'm just thinking out loud here, right? Like, Johnny, it's also possible that these kids just continue to spiral because, like Tommy said, nobody's going to put an arm around
Nobody
them.
knows how to deal with it.
Exactly, right? Like, it's not the fact that the kid had something wrong. It's the fact that nobody knows how to deal with an uncommon kid.
Yeah.
I don't know. As a parent, talk to your child.
Okay, it's
Well, I blame my parents. It works for me.
genius, Johnny. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good
Tommy turned out just fine.
Blame your parents. Do your job.
Johnny, thanks, buddy. I hate the parent argument. You're
Well,
right.
you're a parent.
No.
You're
You're
team
right.
parent.
It's not what I'm saying. I'm actually team kid here. My children are fortunate enough, right, where my wife and I are very involved in their lives, right? And I do everything I can to keep an eye on what's going on. And here's the thing. I may be missing things, and 10 years down the road, maybe people look at me and go, you were a terrible father. But this idea to go, talk to your kid. Not every kid has the luxury of having a parent
That's true.
involved in
Yeah.
their lives, whether it's because they can't do it.
Or a parent who has a crap together.
Exactly.
That would even
Yeah.
give them good advice anyways.
Like, there's a ton of different situations. Like, this idea that we can fix all problems, be a good parent. Well, some parents aren't good parents.
And that's that direction. That's just saying be a good parent.
Exactly. But it's not the kid's fault.
No,
the kid didn't say, hey, you know what I'd like? Crappy parents, please. I need a parent that doesn't pay any attention to me so I can become a situation that no one else wants to deal
Yeah.
with.
I know.
Now, let me get off my soapbox.
Go ahead.
Because we got a creep cap to do.
Oh, yeah.
And they're saying it ain't interference. They're saying it ain't outside government interference.
Oh, what are they doing?
Yet. All kinds of government agencies are still investigating it this morning.
What's going on?
Well, if you had AT&T, if you have AT&T
Oh,
as your
yeah.
provider, yesterday was a rough day for you, at least in the morning.
But it affected other servers, right?
Well, it was other places that use AT&T's towers.
Okay.
Because there are some companies that use them. And the worst part about it is we're so connected to our phones that not only was it not working, you probably had no way to find out why it wasn't working
Right.
because the only way you'd get that information was through your phone. We're going to do it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. What the hell is going on? I mean, there's a reasonable explanation here, I guess. I mean, I'm not tech savvy. You're not tech savvy.
Ooh.
Kimmy might be the one that can help us the best here. I know there are people listening, but despite the fact that there is what seems a reasonable explanation, and despite the fact that far fewer people were affected than we initially thought they were,
Okay.
the explanation ain't doing it for some
A
people.
little scary out there.
Well, tell me.
Yeah.
You going to tell me this was just a mistake? That this many people in these trying times with all kinds of scary things going on couldn't make their phones work?
I just watched a movie about this, and so did Kimmy.
Oh, so that means you should be an expert.
Probably.
Yes.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it's Friday.
Yeah, buddy. Let's get it on.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's a creep cap, and it happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it. I understand your booby drama. But you know what I'm saying? Like
I
that
understand your booby drama is my second favorite riff.
I understand your booby drama. I blame it on the physique of your mama.
I'm also not the
He's
kind
got his daddy's face and his mom's you know what.
It's on what I like to call Burger Alley.
Oh, yeah.
Because you got five
They
guys
used to
down
call
the
that
street.
your mom.
If you want to be close enough to smell Journey,
Who doesn't want to sniff those boys? Your sugared ass lips ain't tasting nothing but sugar.
that's my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
Your sugar ass lips ain't tasting but nothing but sugar, honey.
If you pour, you eat knockoff Puff Cheetos. And I know this as a boy who ate a lot. My fingers were constantly orange from puffy
So
Cheetos.
is his penis.
Yes.
It looked like a Roco. It's called Tangy Tom's Mountain Mouth Sauce. You don't need no chicken, son. Straight from the bottle to your lips. Don't go to your hips. Everything.
It's not always about sex, man. It's not always about sex.
All roads lead back to the coochie pie.
Coochie pie?
I feel like you're kidding,
Daddy's
right?
home for some coochie pie.
You're probably doing something that we're going to get in trouble for.
No, your mom's not here.
My mom is a sign language interpreter.
Yes, she do.
Shut up.
Yeah,
She knows all the good signs. That taco. I was raised on stores syrup. I don't want your hoary tree ooze.
Yeah, I'm looking for some quality.
Why didn't you
homemade-
tell me, man?
What do you
I just get in the tartar game, baby.
Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, I just got my approval from the mayor. Malik came down. He cut the ribbon. I got a nice little kiosk in the men's room.
Wait, we get out. What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Old Time Ocean to Your Mouth Tartar Sauce. It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, the creep cap on CMF. Yesterday,
What happened?
users of AT&T may have been involved in a disruption in service that started overnight and moved all the way till 3 o'clock in the afternoon until in some parts of the country. So it seems, and if I'm wrong, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, because I have Verizon, you have Verizon.
Yeah.
I do.
Verizon. Okay. None of us knew this was going on.
So there was so they had no cell service.
Yes. So at one point, as many as 74,000 AT&T customers at one time reported outage on phones, text messages, internet access. Sometimes the text would come back. Sometimes that would go away. Sometimes the calls would come back. But again, from overnight until it was all the way done at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there were issues for some users of AT&T throughout the day. Now, Tommy, when you saw this story initially, because we found out about it from our engineer when we were leaving the show
Right.
yesterday.
And he was like kind of baffled by it.
Yeah. Your first thought was?
We've been hacked, buddy.
Okay.
This is all part of the big plan.
What's the big plan?
The hacking plan.
From who?
You know who.
The
dark
Russians?
stuff.
The Russians?
The Russians.
The Chinese?
Chinese.
The North Koreans?
Koreans.
The Chinese Russians?
The Cubans.
Why are the Cubans
The
involved
Cuban,
in this?
North Korean, Chinese guy.
So wait, 2 of his grandparents were Russian.
Yeah.
1 of his grandparents was Chinese, and 1 of his grandparents were Cuban.
Yeah.
That's some dynamite food, bud.
Oh, delicious.
So the good news.
What? All the satellites are okay.
Yeah, well, everything's back to normal. And AT&T says it wasn't a cyber attack. At least they don't believe it was. Quote, based on our initial review, we believe today's outage was caused by the application and execution of an incorrect process used as we were expanding our network, not a cyber attack.
Okay, so they are claiming they did it.
AT&T says they don't believe it's a cyber attack. However,
What?
many government offices, including the FCC, the FBI, and the Department of Homeland Security, continue this morning to investigate why the cell service for AT&T went down.
Sure. I mean, I hope they do.
But AT&T says, hey, it was our bad, we think.
But they still throw in their bug.
Well, I think it's a business that big,
All right.
with that many
You
people
leave a little bit of room to explain later.
Yeah, like, probably us. Like, if you came out and be like, guys, we really screwed this up. Because there were people that couldn't work yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Everything you do on your phone.
You got it.
And it's shut down.
So here's what's funny.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that this seems like this is now a non-story,
Mm.
the knee-jerk reaction of both you and I, because we were standing next to each other, was hacking.
Yeah.
And even,
Somebody's screwing with the stuff.
And even now, with the explanation, part of me is thinking, that's what you want us to think.
Right.
Man. That's what you want people to know. Man.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of people felt that way. And I feel like, think like within the last year, like the conspiracy theories on things or just things, the weird things that have happened in the sky, especially that people were like, wait a second.
You're talking about the UFO stuff.
Well, UFO stuff, I'm also thinking of that spy balloon. Remember multiple spy balloons that people were literally taking guns out and shooting at.
Multiple police departments in the South had to say, don't shoot the spy balloon.
But I'm also thinking about all the stuff we watch on streaming services that go down this rabbit hole that are not just documentaries, but actual series we watch.
Like dramatic series.
Right.
Yeah. That shouldn't factor in your opinion in any way.
I don't know,
No.
man.
But it shouldn't. Like, it shouldn't.
But
like,
it's real time stuff.
NYPD Blue is not how police work is done. Yet or neither is
You can't
Law
even think
and
of I was going to say
Law
a
and Order.
more recent show.
But you use that as a way to like dictate what cops should be doing.
But you know, when you start watching stuff, you get sucked into these shows.
No, but that makes you dumb, not anybody else.
And I watch a lot of espionage stuff on Netflix, and it's always cyber stuff.
Okay.
And they get them right before they take the world down.
Tommy and I just watched a whole series on like DNA.
Oh, yes. And how that works.
How does it work?
I don't know.
It's pretty crazy.
What,
But I know they could do some stuff with it.
They could track your ass down. They figured out who this dude was after he was dead. Nobody knew what he was.
Yeah, that happens.
Well, tell them because it took them like
Yeah, that's true.
6
A long
episodes
time.
to figure it out. I just watched that one with the big boat that crashes into the ocean.
Oh my God! Nobody cares about what you're watching on Netflix.
No, but like that was another one where they took out all the satellites and everything shut down.
That was a documentary.
No, it was a movie.
So shut up!
With real people in it, though.
It's like saying, "Hey, I saw Rocky. Let's just throw that guy in with the heavyweight champion of the world. He should do okay."
I'm gonna trust Julia Roberts when she's in trouble.
Are you talking about that movie?
Yes.
Okay.
With the big container ship hits the beach.
Based on you
So
talking right now, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, and the way everyone reacted yesterday, we have to come to maybe an unfortunate conclusion.
We all panic too much.
From this
We
point on,
love a good conspiracy theory.
bingo. From this point on, anytime anything big happens in the world, a significant portion of the population will believe A, it was intentionally done to hurt people,
Yeah.
and B, the explanation that we are given is not true because the government is trying to hide something.
Yeah.
And what's funny is, I guess, throughout the history, that's been a thing.
Oh, yeah.
But now the fact that we're all connected on social media
Feeds into it.
it makes it worse because now you're not just some weirdo in your neighborhood that has this idea. You can get online and be like, I knew it. At Stevie J37 says the same thing, and he looks like a sharp guy.
Well, it also spirals like a game of telephone too, because
Unless
somebody
your
will,
cell phone service is down.
somebody will give, the correct information. Somebody will interpret it their way, who will then interpret it their way to somebody else, who takes that and runs with it. And even if it wasn't intended to be a conspiracy theory, it turns into one.
And here's what sucks. Like I don't want to be that guy. But I'm admitting,
it's hard.
Look, there's that part. I'm fighting it hard. I'm fighting it hard not to be that guy. But there is also a possibility that it was a cyber attack, I guess. So, like, if it comes out 3 days from now and they were like, no, it was a cyber attack, I look like a complete idiot being like, well, why wouldn't you just believe the story they told you?
I know. Because cyber attacks are an actual thing. They're not made up.
Right,
I mean,
they
these things
exist.
do
Yeah.
happen. It's not the boogeyman.
Yeah, but have we had one to this measure in the United States?
Not yet.
Shut up.
I don't know.
No, I'm asking.
I haven't seen it on Netflix, so I couldn't tell you.
252
I kind of tuned out once that boat hit the beach.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about this AT&T outage that affected a whole bunch of Americans yesterday. At one point, 74,000 AT&T customers at the same time couldn't get phone, internet, text messaging on their phone. AT&T says they believe it was like their fault, like they caused the issue, no big deal. Despite that, the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and the FCC are investigating, and they do say there is a small chance that eventually they could find it was a cyber attack. And that's the other funny thing, too, is like we brought up, like the Russians, the Chinese, the North Koreans, the Cubans you threw in there for some reason.
Yeah, you know.
Like even
There
if
could be people here.
that's just it. Like even if we knew it was a cyber attack right away, there's like 50 different people that could have been like, we got him. We don't even know right away. We have so many issues in the world right now. You can't even knee-jerk reaction.
Because you always just used to just blame Russia.
Yeah.
But to your point, now there's so many people we can blame.
That's not fun.
No.
But like what's funny too is like, like
Forgot about the Iranians.
Outside of Russia, everybody else kind of needs America to be doing well, right? Like, we got problems with the Chinese, but their economy relies on our economy.
I mean, we're all kind of interlocked now.
With the exception of Russia, it seems.
But even they probably they got McDonald's.
Not anymore. They don't. McDonald's pulled out.
Yeah, I don't think they do.
I don't know.
I thought all those brands did.
No, they changed the names of the
McDonald's
in Russia.
But they got a lot of American stuff over there, bro.
I get what you're saying, but it's funny because, like, you're right. During the Cold War, right, 70s, 80s, right, like when the Soviets wanted to take us down, it wasn't going to affect them in any way.
Yeah.
Now everybody is so interconnected. Taking someone else down hurts everybody else.
It does. So maybe that's the checks and balances that we need.
Yeah.
I hurt you, I'm hurting myself.
So maybe then we're stupid to think that this is even something someone would want to do?
Relax. Nobody's taking nothing.
Oh, great. You jinxed it.
You picked me.
You jinxed it with your old man wave.
I'm good.
No, but even as you say that, you still think it was a cyber attack yesterday.
There's a little bit of me hoping it was.
Why are you hoping?
I don't know because
it didn't affect him.
It didn't affect me, and it's interesting.
Okay, but it could affect you. Who's to say that, your carrier's not next?
I know, but when you go down these things, you're kind of like hoping you're right, though, too.
Oh.
I knew it.
So you can throw it in everybody's face.
Yes.
Told you so.
Wait, you're hoping
even
for
though
chaos?
I can't explain it, but
Not
I told
hoping,
you so.
but if you guess right, you're bragging. No matter what.
Who are you bragging to? Your cell phone don't work.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to call. Oh, wait a minute. We come back. We wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow, Monday, here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. That's going to be Rapperoo.
Audio Friday Rapper.
For Friday Break Room
Friday.
CMF, we got to get out of the way.
Yeah.
It's weird, man. Like, sports is like wrapping up. Saber Skate Live tonight on CMF. They got to win the other night, which is beautiful. I mean, again, they got to go on this run if they're going to make it happen. Shut up. Shut up.
Why don't they just paint the whole stadium with that slogan? You'll never have to repaint it.
Yeah.
Take that.
Yeah, Sabres.
They just have to win every game for the rest of the days, and we get to the playoffs.
Well, I guess if you're going to have fun watching the team this season, now's the time when it all means something.
And they're supposed to be good. Didn't they get like a lot of good young guys?
No, that was your fantasy. Saber Skate at Columbus tonight, 7 o'clock live on CMF. Here's the other thing, too. So my daughter's hockey season is almost over.
Yeah.
So we have this weekend, we have next weekend. There's like one more game after that, and then it's all done.
Mm-hmm.
So like pretty soon, like after all the chaos of like the Bills season, my kids' hockey season, like school, everything,
It's the dead zone.
it just stops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I never know what to do with myself. And I'm already kind of there because like I'm going to watch the Sabres tonight, but then like 3 hockey games for my daughter this weekend, and what do I do?
But you're also weird because you don't get excited for summer.
No.
Because
Yeah.
so you don't even have that. Like,
Yeah.
you don't have spring fever at all.
No, it's too hot. And what do I do outside? What am I going to do? I work out outside.
Just
you guys
be
laugh
outside.
At me. Doing what?
Anything.
I can be inside.
I would like to
This
just
the
sit outside.
sun.
I know.
Feel the heat on my body.
What am I, a caveman? We invented inside for a reason.
Like, I already bought my
You are a
cigars
caveman.
and stuff.
Wow, cool. You're like the coolest guy in your turtleneck and jacket with your cigars you already bought.
Yeah, I'm excited to be outside doing
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Getting cancer, having a good time.
We will be back here Monday morning. For Kimmy,
Yeah.
who wants to be outside.
I do.
She's a wild Roman, Kimmy. For Tommy Muley, who, if you're watching the live stream looking at his outfit, it just screams outside.
You said I look like I was on safari.
Yeah, you kind of do.
You have to do that outside.
My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you Monday morning here in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.